Good evening and welcome to our Halloween Cthulhu game of our trailer Cthulhu game here on Halloween. I was going to get that sentence right eventually. Thanks so much for joining us. Tonight we are taking the place of Talks Machina, and we're here on this rad new Twitch set of ours. Well timed, I must say. Yeah. Well timed for a nice little horror themed game this evening. For those of you who are staying in, most of us did our partying on the weekend, let's be honest. So if you're in for tonight, thanks for joining us. We have a pretty interesting game. Why don't we go around and introduce our players real quick. Who are you?
I don't know.
You don't know?
I'm Rachel Seeley. I'm playing Eleanor Whitehall.
And it says in my notes, Rachel, that you and I are dating.
What?
Yeah.
That's a lie.
That's strange. Do I have that wrong?
True. I kind of like him. He's fine.
Right.
He's okay.
Did you just drop that in all your streams? Like, oh, hey.
Oh, by the way.
I like to brag.
Not gonna die.
It's like,
I'm going to die first.
so, Rachel, who are you playing tonight?
Eleanor Whitehall.
Eleanor Whitehall. And Miss Erica Ishii.
I'm Erica Ishii, and I'm playing Best Noise.
Best Noise. How about you, Miss Blythe?
Like best noise.
Best Noise.
Best noise.
Might be noise.
I'm
know.
Blythe Wiedemann. I'm playing Evie Hartman.
Evie Hartman.
Or Genevieve is her full name, but Evie is what she goes by.
All right, metalhead Whitney Moore.
Hello, I'm Whitney Moore, formerly nurse, now Lieutenant Ruby McGillicuddy.
All right.
I'm her sister, her older, wiser, more polished sister, Striper McGillicuddy, at your service.
I'm Xander Jeanneret. I'm playing intrepid reporter Roland Lakewood of the Western Daily Press.
Yay, Roland Lakewood.
I'll never tell you my real name.
I will find it.
All right.
I know it.
So before we begin tonight, I have to give a couple of quick shout-outs to folks that helped us put the show together tonight. There will be, we're going to have some editorial going up on Geek and Sundry in the next week that'll give you guys some details on how this game came together and some of the resources we used. Mostly, I want to give a big shout-out to, oh my gosh. My notes just disappeared. I want to give a big shout out to Pelgrane Press, who publishes Trail of Cthulhu. They gave me a discount code to throw at everybody tonight. For 15% off of Trail of Cthulhu and Eternal Lies print or PDF in their store. Use GS hashtag Trail 2017 as a discount code. And that'll get you 15% off if you guys want to check that out. The other people I wanted to give a quick shout out to is the band, no joke, Iron Cthulhu Apocalypse, who is kind enough to let us use their music tonight. So if you've never heard of Iron Cthulhu Apocalypse, I discovered them when I was originally looking for ambient horror music for a Trail of Cthulhu game that I ran on International Tabletop Day upstairs while everyone was down here playing Dread. So it was just a horrible day of horror and gaming. But Iron Cthulhu Apocalypse, it's a band that makes ambient dark horror music, and every album they put out, it's about $10 on iTunes. There's 100 tracks per album.
That's insane.
So, kind of worth it. You guys will definitely get your money's worth.
That's amazing.
Yeah, when creating a playlist for tonight's game, I did not have the bandwidth to actually go through each track. There were 300 tracks of ambient dark horror music. So, big shout out and big thank you to those guys too. Pelgrane also, they have a Trail of Cthulhu music album on Drive-Thru RPG, so check that out. We'll be listening to that here. That being said, unless there's anything else, I do want to point out real quick, just because I'm really proud of this, that Whitney, you have a show coming out. I just want to give it a quick shout out. If you guys,
It looks so awesome.
it is from,
Oh my god.
Wait to see it.
yeah, what happened was Whitney came in and pitched us a show, and Marisha and I and Whitney sat down, and by the end of that day, we came up with what is now known as Thrashtopia. And the creative team that took it and morphed it into a demented, hellish landscape of metal and bizarre. What did we call it? We called it Pee-wee's.
Fucking crazy?
Yeah, but we called it Pee-wee's Playhouse meets the Apocalypse. I think was the way we were
Heavy
pitching
metal
that.
Pee-wee's Playhouse.
It's a heavy metal Pee-wee's
in the
Playhouse.
Apocalypse. There's a lot going on.
Highly recommend it. All right, without further ado, I think we should jump into a night of dark storytelling. What say you? Let me get this. Mercer has gotten really skilled at using playlists. This will be my first game where I get to do it. So let's.
I believe in you.
Thank you. Thank you. So let's begin. Let's go ahead and set our stage. So for those of you who have been listening in on Twitter, I went ahead and posted our prologue, sort of like the tip-off of what this game was about. Some of you have read it as well, but I'll go ahead and read it just in case you folks, Twitch and Alpha, missed. It's early winter, France, 1917. Squadron 150, known as the Devil Cat Squadron, has been depleted. Combat has taken a heavy toll. The squadron's pilots, once numbered 18, now only 5 remain. There is no prospect of relief. Sensing their enemy's weakness, the German lines have become emboldened, pushing deeper into no man's land and gaining a considerable advantage. Squadron Josta 332, the nemesis to Squadron 150, has employed some kind of new aircraft with great success. The German squadron leader, Ernst Becker, has personally been responsible for the downing of 8 pilots from Devil Cat Squadron, which means 8 of your fellow friends who you've risked your lives with day in and day out were shot down by this man. Ernst was using ambush tactics and cloud cover with expert and near inhuman precision. The back against the wall, Squadron 150 must flex its muscle and show strength or be overrun by the wolves who smell blood on their dying prey. What follows is the story of the final flight of the Devil Cats. What follows is the story of how one night the world almost died. So we'll begin with a letter. Dated April 5th, 2017. Professor Riley, I've managed to verify the authenticity of the photograph. The dating places the time of the photograph as early winter, 1917, most likely France. The time, place, descriptions of the women, and the planes all match up. We can now factually contradict the accounts of British records, which insist that Squadron 150 never existed. This is the most solid piece of evidence we've ever managed to uncover. It's a hell of a find. The photograph would have likely been taken by Roland Lakewood, who was a war correspondent that allegedly reported on the squadron, which means this photo is likely the last image ever taken of the women before their fate at the squadron became unknown. Everything we've learned up to date now seems to contradict the notion that the reason the records have been vague and difficult to find was due to the controversial nature of the squadron's existence for its time. If there was some kind of purge, I think it's safe to say it happened shortly after the war for reasons unknown. This doesn't seem likely, as the British were quite good at keeping records, even amidst the chaos of the Great War. Further, while England has historically been no exception in regards to the oppression of the female sex, the English are also not known for hiding the accomplishments of their citizens. There's no data either way. It's just a hunch I have. What I'm trying to say is I'm bewildered as to why any record of this squadron might have gone missing or remained suppressed for over a century. Like I said, it's an amazing find, and it corroborates a lot of the stories we've uncovered. It certainly seems to validate all of this time we've spent trying to find out who these women were and what happened to them, and why history is trying to forget them. But we can't even begin to entertain theories on this after such a long passage of time without a direct accounting. In other words, I think the search stops here. If something else turns up, I'll of course take a look at it, but at this point the trail goes cold. Whoever they were, I'm hoping we did right by them just by uncovering the fact that they did exist and that we know that they fought in the war. Your friend and colleague, Dr. Jacqueline Young, Smithsonian National Museum of Natural History, Research and Collections. Genevieve, you wake up in a bed that is falling apart. In fact, most of the squadron's beds have been in disarray for some time now. You've learned to accept it. Like a boot that was uncomfortable the first time you put it on, after a while it just kind of grew on you. And even though the stuffed chicken feathers of this bed have started to come undone, and the dust that's collected on it over the time period, you guys have done your best to try to keep this air station clean. These pilot bunks, they're just in disrepair, just like most of the airfield that you all been living on for the past few months. You're rattled awake by the sound of a car, perhaps some kind of motor vehicle approaching the airfield itself. Usually this means someone topside, someone of the brass perhaps, somebody of a rank is coming to visit the airfield. It's never good news. It's usually orders. The sounds that this squadron has learned to dread the most is the sound of an incoming vehicle in the early morning hours and the sight of a carrier pigeon arriving. Both tend to be harbingers of an upcoming mission or reports of losses from the front. As time has passed, this airfield, your home, has become more and more vulnerable to the German front. The losses the English have begun to take, indeed everybody has taken in the war, has caused the landscape and the strategic boundaries of the map to constantly shift and alter. When this airfield was first constructed and used, which was essentially just farmland that's been cut down, you were well behind enemy lines. Now you're 20, 25 miles away. So much so that sometimes in the morning you can hear the thunder of the guns, even from this distance. Like distant rolling thunder, just volcanoes in the sky. It takes a moment, but each one of you are stirred from your sleep from the sound of this car arriving at the airfield. It's just before dawn. So a little bit of light has begun to peek over the treetops. For anybody who gets up or rubs sleep out of their eyes looking out the window, they indeed see a military vehicle. Remember, this is 1917, so these vehicles are not quite the Jeeps and whatnot that we all know, but this vehicle is managing to move through some of the rockier terrain until it finally hits the strip that functions as the airfield, driving right past all of your planes and pulling up next to the barracks. The pilot mess hall is about 70 to 80 feet away from the barracks itself, and the pilot mess hall is just a nice open area that used to be the inside of a barn and has since been converted into a makeshift dispensary of alcohol and cheap cards and a place for you to unwind, though it's certainly not the pilot's club that most squadrons get. Probably because of your diminishing numbers, again, the airfield's fallen into a bit of disarray. In fact, the grass hasn't even been cut very much since you guys have been flying for the past 3 or 4 weeks. You're understaffed, and aside from the colonel, who has been sending message after message to get the word out that you guys need to be reinforced, the squadron's running low on ammunition and running low on oil and gas. There's been no reply. Either you're backlogged or there's just none to be had, but no one has gotten back to any of you. Roland? Yes. The Jeep comes to a stop. And the private who's sitting up the front just kind of kicks as the gears grind, and he just goes, "Damn it." Well, anyway, you're here.
Thank you very much for your services. Does someone tip in this circumstance? I don't.
Yeah.
Oh.
Typically you tip, yeah.
Well, I'm so terribly sorry.
No, I'll take what you got.
Okay, I will give you credit in my next article. Could I have your name, please?
Really?
Yeah, I'll put it in.
Michael. My name's Michael.
Michael. A-E-L?
Yeah.
And then last name?
Winchester. Woodchester.
Woodchester. Okay.
Sorry, I've
No.
never been in a paper before.
For king and country, you've done your duty. Thank you so very much.
Oh, could you say I was a lieutenant?
Sure. Yeah, that works.
I told some friends back home that I got a promotion. They don't
Not
need.
a problem.
Well, thank you.
Yeah. Make sure to keep your eye on the Western Daily Press.
Western Daily Press.
That's where it'll appear.
Right.
Thank you very much. Should I'll take my stuff and...
Yeah. Just here, I'll help you.
Thank you.
As you hop down out of the car, he comes over and grabs your bags and tosses them into the grass.
There's sensitive equipment in there.
And he goes, "Oh, sorry. Mostly we just have guns and whatnot."
No, I've got a camera. Okay. You're doing great, Michael. Thank you very much.
Well, good luck.
Thank you.
And he gets in the car and he's Woodchester.
Woodchester. I've got it, Lieutenant.
He
As he drives
this car
away,
kind of fights as it's moving through. Okay.
I'm gonna scratch out his name in
Right.
my pad.
Scratching that name out. You hear? Well, good morning to you, sir.
Good morning.
Standing near the pilot barracks, there's an officer's tent that looks like it's more of a permanent structure than it is so much of a tent. And it's erected about 20 feet away from the common area where the beer is made and the alcohol is served. This large tent has all sorts of paraphernalia from the war. There's a tiger skin laid out in front of it, probably from Adventures in Africa or some such. You're not entirely sure. A tiger in Africa? Sorry,
Right.
Monty Python quotes. I'll keep them to a minimum. He steps out. He's a very handsome middle-aged man with a very, very bushy mustache. He looks like he's probably in his late 20s. So the bushy mustache does look a little out of place on a man who has such a young face. But it's apparent from both the lines on the face and his missing left leg that he has seen quite a bit in his time. He's leaning heavily on a long wooden crutch. He carries medals on his service jacket. You see the rank of colonel.
Good morning, Colonel. Roland Lakewood, Esquire.
Roland Lakewood, yes.
Yes.
He shakes your hand. Well,
Western Daily Press.
20 miles away from the front, Mr. Lakewood.
Yes.
Does your editor hate you?
I don't know, but he's giving me a chance, and I didn't realize how close I would be to the action.
Well, I'm happy to have you. I don't know if you know this, but I actually requested a reporter out here.
Oh, really?
Yes, allow me to show you a few things first.
Please. And I'm,
First of all,
scribbling.
stay away from the building. You don't go in until the women emerge.
Oh, yes.
This is
of
not
course.
because you should be concerned about walking in on them whether or not they're decent, but because they will, in fact, injure you if you do not knock.
Oh, dear. Oh, yes. Noted.
Noted. If you follow me, if you see over here, and he takes you over to these huge crates, most of them are empty. He goes, this is where we keep ammunition.
Out in the open?
But of course.
I'm sorry. I'm just not familiar with the protocols.
Well, we don't exactly cover it with grass, do we?
Yes, of course.
These crates, as you can tell, are mostly empty. This is because we are short on supply. Over here, you'll see these X's that we record on the side of the barn.
Yes.
This is the squadron's total kill number.
That many?
Yes,
How many X's do I see?
there's at least 20,
20.
which is considerable.
That they have killed?
The whole squadron has got from the founding of the squadron to today, this squadron as a total has racked up 20 kills, which is impressive.
Like 20 planes.
20 planes have died, yes, under their gunfire. They have shot down to confirm 20 kills. Now, to give you guys some history, if a single pilot shoots down 5 or more planes, that's an ace.
Right.
You're a damn good pilot.
That's incredible. Are these accurate? Are they tall
Of course
tales?
they're accurate. No, we do not deal in tall tales here, sir.
Well, inquiring minds would like to know the truth, and that's what I'm here to represent.
There is no room for myth on the front line, sir.
Noted. No room for myth.
As you can see, my squadron is quite good at what they do, and yet we have yet to be resupplied. I need you, Roland, to write a story about the pilots of this squadron. I need everyone to know what it is we are doing here, what we are risking, and what we are up against, so they will send supplies. Writing to command has not gone well. I don't care what you say, just make us look good. Write a fine story, get the names right, and make sure it gets into the right hands, if you please.
Well, I appreciate your hiring me here today, Colonel. My first duty, of course, is to the truth. So I shall report things as I find them. But this is considerable, and this is incredible, and that you haven't been resupplied is criminal, frankly.
Yes. Well, I appreciate a man of integrity. If you do not want to exaggerate your stories, I can promise you that I do not think you shall have to. In fact, I think I might have just the idea to help you corroborate anything you might witness. Oh dear. And he looks up as you see... You don't know what he's looking at first. But he's looking up in the sky. Off in the distance, you're hearing the thunder of artillery.
Just full on duck and cover. Like,
He doesn't even react to you. He watches, and after a few moments, you see what he's looking at as a carrier pigeon flying in.
jeez. My stars, man.
This carrier pigeon flies right over to the crates where you see a bunch of opened wooden cages. Some of them have been broken, but you do notice now that there are feathers, in fact, all over the place from pigeons coming and going. There's feed all over the ground. The pigeon stops and he walks over to it and pulls this note off of its leg and opens it up. Well, that is auspicious timing.
If I might ask, inquiring minds would like to know what
You'll
the note
know
says.
in due time.
Oh,
He walks over to the barracks. All of y'all are beginning to stir at this point, hearing voices and noises outside. It doesn't take long before you hear a pounding at the door.
just a moment. Colonel, I never got your name for the paper.
Colonel Clifford Hughes. Or Cliff, if you please.
Hughes. Thank you very much.
Ruby, where are my boots?
Stop calling me Ruby. You know you're the only one that's allowed to say that.
Good morning, love. You're so beautiful in the morning.
Oh, stop. I haven't even finished my hair.
Don't
I
make me
know.
puke before breakfast. Do we even have any breakfast left?
This.
You're still in the military.
Right. Get decent, ladies.
All right.
Have you had anything to eat, Mr. Lakewood?
I haven't. I'm famished, actually.
Well, I shall give you what we have of limited supply.
Oh, thank you. I know that it's limited out here, and I appreciate it. I'm gonna start taking out my camera
Okay.
and like prepping it to take pictures.
Okay.
It's a Kodak 1A autographic,
Ah.
but it's still like it's about this big. I need to
Alright.
set it all up.
Hello. Who's out there?
Right.
There's a reporter out here. He wishes to speak with all of you.
Reporter.
Take pictures and whatnot. What paper are you from?
The Western Daily Press.
Yes, the Western Daily Press.
Roland
Brag.
Oh, I haven't
Lakewood.
heard of that one.
It's
No one
very
reads that.
famous.
It's a pile of garbage.
Oh, I don't care.
But we're going to be in the paper, guys.
I don't care.
Come on, then. You're still in the bloody military.
Do you have
We're
a
dressed.
password?
We're coming out. No one will be punched if they come into the barracks.
I don't know, it could be kind of funny.
Yeah, no promises.
We have limits.
The first picture I'm taking is of the X's on the side
Okay.
of the barn, so I'll definitely.
All right.
It's a good sound.
Door opens up. This is an excellent opportunity for each of you to describe your characters now that you are making contact with each other for the very first time. Let's start with Roland. What do the pilots see when they step from the barracks?
Yeah, you see kind of a mousy Englishman who's wearing pretty much this. He's got a trench coat and kind of a messenger bag, which kind of has some things spilled out as he's setting up his camera and things like that. He's always got a notepad and a pencil somewhere nearby. And then you can see kind of like a kerosene lamp that's attached to the outside of the messenger bag. Yep, and so he's just a typical reporter. If you'd like to see my credentials, I have.
There's something falling out of your bag there.
Oh, I'm
let's get
so
that.
terribly sorry. Roland Lakewood, Esquire.
Pleasure. Striper McGillicuddy. I'm sort of the unofficial leader of the squadron.
Striper, was it? Is that
Striper, that's right.
Stripper.
Strip? Oh,
McGillicuddy.
Striper, my father gave me that nickname, if you would give it its due respect.
I'm afraid for legal purposes with the newspaper, I'm going to need your name.
No.
Oh, yes, ma'am.
You won't get it.
You'll never get it out of
You'll
her.
never get it.
We
I can
don't
tell
even
you.
know it.
Don't you dare, Ruby, I'll cut off your tit.
I see that Dallas
My
humor.
sister, it's...
The colonel was in mid-drink when he goes,
Not entirely surprised.
Hello, Elaine McGillicuddy, and I'm the younger, more attractive of the McGillicuddies, and formerly nurse, now lieutenant, but really it's my sister that is the reason I'm here.
Watch out for that one.
Oh, dear. Wow. Well, if I might start off with the sisters then, how did you get permission from your husband or father to join the military?
I've never had a husband, and our father always encouraged us to follow our passions. He encouraged morality and choice.
Our father was a decorated pilot, and I do not have a husband.
He's still alive.
Eva. Well, he's retired. He only does it for funsies now. Anyway, I don't have a husband either. That's behind me. So, next question.
Oh, well, I see some more women.
as you,
Oh, we're
yeah.
done.
So as the rest of y'all filter out, hearing all of the chatter, describe your characters. Who are you?
Hello, I'm Genevieve. You can call me Evie. I'm of the Hartman family, actually. My husband is Stanley Hartman. I did not need his permission to be here, though. I get to be here on my own accord.
did she?
Ooh, I sense a story there somewhere.
He's in the military too. He's an amazing colonel.
Amazing. Colonel Hartman.
Yes, he's fantastic.
We don't know if he's
Evie is What? He is real.
Sure, sure.
I have the ring. It's real.
Oh, yes,
ring's
a
a
ring
ring.
proves everything, yes.
I've met him
Before this.
before. I've met
I
him
want a
before. He's a real man.
A real man.
Not in that.
Really?
He's a nice gentleman.
I didn't mean that.
A pleasure, Miss Hartman. Mrs. Hartman.
Well, it doesn't matter.
Right, Bess Noise. Bess is a mass of muscle, and dark, short cropped hair. Got a rough way about her, and scar. Very picturesque. She thinks it makes her look cool.
Watch your pockets around this one.
Oh, dear. Well, I trust all of you implicitly. Miss
Well,
Noise.
that's good, and I hand you back your watch.
Oh, dear.
There.
How did that...
Just a little getting to know you.
Oh, well, thank you for returning my property. I will make sure not to mention that in the article. Miss Noise, how did you receive that scar on your face?
Oh, this one. Who can never remember? Sometime I was boosting a horse. Yeah.
You were stealing a horse?
Oh, yeah. There's not many automobiles, and that's what I'm really good at. Is the driving. Still not a lot of them in South London, so you take what you can get to ride around on.
I'm familiar.
You know how it goes.
I sure do. Yes, and the scar?
Oh, kicked me in the face, didn't he?
I see. It's healing magnificently. You can barely tell.
Ah.
She also sustained quite a bit of brain damage.
Don't worry, I can,
Probably.
don't worry, I can see it, and it looks quite cool.
Thank you.
A pleasure.
I'm Eleanor Whitehall of the Cornish Whitehalls.
This is a very respected house, yes, the
It
Cornish
is.
Whitehalls.
She's a very small, meek kind of girl, but she's easily excitable and just sort of like delicate features and very pale. She hasn't seen much sunlight, obviously, but a very good shot.
Miss Whitehall, you seem to be unaffected by the horrors of war that surrounds you. Why is that?
I wouldn't say that I'm unaffected. I just try and keep myself calm and
It's because she's a tough one, our Ellie is. May look delicate and cute, but she's a tough one.
You'd never think the way she shoots down a fighter is really incredible.
Best shot.
Very proud.
Also,
you.
she's rich.
I mean, not here. I'm just like everyone else here.
Yeah, we still need you to supply the booze when you can.
I try. I got us whiskey.
Oh, I'm sure that's very much appreciated. Miss Whitehall, if I may ask, how many of these X's are you responsible for?
All in due time, if we please. There are orders.
Yes, I'm sorry. I'm just. If we could all group up for a photo, it'll take a moment.
Later,
I
let's
just
do
need
it when we're about to take off. You're all leaving in the next hour.
For what?
The front.
Well, I'll just make sure to wait here and expect your prompt arrival back to the camp.
There's no room in another plane?
I have here that your editor has given me full permission to put you in the gunnery chair of our esteemed pilot, Genevieve.
Damn you, Percival.
We are one pilot down, as
I-
we've lost one of our gunners in the last few actions.
How are you with a machine gun?
I've never fired a pistol or a gun or any
I'm
sort
sure
of
you'll be a
fire.
fast learner.
Do not worry.
You're about to.
You have nothing to worry about, Mr. Lakewood. I guarantee you, you will teach yourself quite fast once you see a German on your tail.
This is the real war. These are the front lines, and you're putting me on the front lines.
You bring your camera, sir. You are to document and observe, as you said. You wanted to see the real exploits of what my pilots do. This is why you're here.
Well, but
There you go, yourself a wingman, Evie.
We need whatever help we can get.
I shall do my best not to let you down then.
It'll be the best story.
It certainly would be good from
no
a first person.
private photo shoots while you're flying, all right, love?
I wouldn't dare.
Evie, you're
Let's not be too hasty, eh?
you're a seasoned pilot, I'm sure. And
I mean, I've been flying as long as I've been out here.
but wait,
I'm not dead yet.
what happened to your previous gunman?
What do you think?
She's dead.
How?
She was shot.
In the plane?
Yes.
Yeah.
Where I will sit?
Yes.
And get shot? At?
You will not get shot if you
I mean, no.
count your lucky
promises,
stars.
but-
You've got a list. You can't think like that.
Let's bring in some order here. I have orders to give you. Let's gather
Yes, sir.
around, grab some food, and let's prepare.
I suddenly lost my appetite.
I'll take his.
More mush.
Best to eat. If you end up going down to no man's land, you'll need all the energy you can get.
Going down?
Right. So it appears there is an observation balloon. That will be your target, just past enemy lines. I have a whereabouts of where you can find it. Here. Where is that bloody map? And he turns around and you see him push away some bottles and he pulls up a map of France. And all these drawn and redrawn lines, scratches and marks, ink that's been dried out and faded, and he rolls it out and then he places it on the table. And it says, according to this, we'll be finding it here. He holds up what looks like a map that maybe looks a little cleaner, a little more up to date, and he pulls out a compass and then some navigational tools, and he says, about 8 miles behind enemy lines.
8 miles.
Damn.
Sure.
Why 8 miles? 8 miles behind enemy lines is too far for an observation balloon to be worth a damn.
Well, guess we better call it off then.
No.
That's not
Just
how it
thinking.
works.
And you're sure it's there? It's flying.
That's what the report here says.
Why would they waste the fuel for nothing?
Are they off on the target?
Commander's not known to be off, but they are known to send orders in the wrong order. It's possible that the reason why we're receiving a target that's 8 miles behind the enemy lines of an observation balloon could be because there's going to be a push soon. The Germans know it, and they've likely begun to set up their watchdog, so to speak.
So. When are we going to start using kilometers?
That or they're guarding something. Anyway, it doesn't matter. It's not for us to question. We're to fly past enemy lines towards this particular observation balloon and destroy it upon sight. We are to expect resistance.
Do you think we're being sent on a suicide mission? Do they want to get rid of us?
Every mission's a suicide mission.
I know, but this one from our side.
Let's not indulge in conspiracy theory.
All right.
I mean, we could indulge a little.
We could.
Inquiring
Don't
minds
like
want
that.
to know.
If you
Don't
wish to
like
do so, sir, then you may, but keep it to yourself. We are the military, and I will not suffer any damage to morale.
I'm not part of the military.
Right. When we setting out then?
I will mark this upon your maps. Get suited up, as they say.
All right, but if we go down because of him, well, we'll be dead, so we won't be able to be mad about it, but we'll be pretty mad.
Quite
No
right.
friendly fire with that gun.
We'll hold your parents.
Just
Right,
so you know,
little
Mr.
guys.
Roland is here because we are trying to generate, on my hunch, that if we attract enough attention of the exploits of this squadron, that they'll finally be willing to make us a priority. So go make a good show for Mr. Roland today. And you can do that by coming back alive.
Yes, yes, that one, that part, yes.
Very well. Shall we? And he moves over and starts heading over to the planes. He picks up a gas can, one of these old gas cans, and moves over. The colonel, to his credit, is one of the only people that staffs this airfield. From time to time, you do have like young privates that will come by and will help, but for the most part, the colonel is the only assistant you all have out here, and he's refused to leave this airfield behind, or the squadron. So as you were all going to suit up, he has begun to fuel some of the planes that are low.
If you ladies would excuse me for a moment, I just...
It's going to throw up.
You knew.
Promptly throw up off to the side.
His face was green. It was literally green.
Find a bucket, please.
Yeah, you're cleaning that up.
I just... It went
Rations are
everywhere.
low.
We can't spare the water. Can't.
Like,
Can't. I'm terribly sorry. I'm just not familiar with all of
You
this.
have something on your
I'm so sorry.
yes.
Thank you.
Maybe you should go talk to Cliff and get associated with the gun.
Yes, if you think that's... I'm at your disposal. Whatever you think would be the best.
So you need to go look at what a gun looks like.
Have a suit or a parachute, perhaps, or a...
Parachute.
We've never had parachutes. There's no room for them.
There's no room.
How big do you think these planes are?
But well, enough to accommodate a person in a parachute.
No. Just one. You have to pick.
Pick.
And it's usually the
You
first.
or parachute, and I think a gunner is probably more useful. I don't know about this one.
But
It's
I
a
need
bit
to...
more useful for me if you're shooting and then not jumping out the plane.
It's better to not ask questions, keep your mouth shut, and just do as you're told.
And don't worry,
Yes,
if you
Mum.
fall up, you can get a German to break your fall.
Oh, dear.
Aim carefully.
I'm not sure if that's how physics works. But it is paramount, and I do take this quite seriously, that I survive to tell your story. So please...
Then survive.
We'll protect you the best we can,
Thank
like you're
you.
one of
To
us.
try, but we can't make any promises. This is war.
We'll protect you like one of us, eh, girls?
I'll try my best, but I'm just saying, he needs to pull his own around here.
Say it so he doesn't vomit again.
We'll protect you.
And I do have
make sure you don't
one
die.
more prepared question, if you don't mind. You call yourselves the Devil Cats. Are you actually good Christian women?
We're straight from hell. We are straight from hell. I am.
Well, inquiring minds want to know.
Ellie's the best of us, but for the most part, we've had an assortment of checkered past, haven't we, girls?
No God would let this happen.
Sir, I am a woman of science. I am actually a member of the Scientific Women's Society of Greater London, and I'm very proud of the fact.
Is there SW?
Don't even
You'll
try.
hear it again. She says it quite often.
We do
a lot
not-
of you become very aware of Colonel Hughes as he's reappeared and is staring at all of you with daggers in his eyes.
Sorry.
Really?
He says, Mr. Rowland, with me, sir, please.
Yes.
Stop distracting my pilots. I need to speak with you.
Terribly sorry, just trying to record.
To your planes, girls.
I want you all ready for flight in 30 minutes.
Can I get the left this time?
Planes. But yes.
He makes his way back over to the plane and says, Mr. Lakewood, with me?
Yes?
It is Mr. Lakewood, isn't it?
It is, yes.
Have you ever been in a plane before, Mr. Lakewood?
No, sir.
Well, let me introduce you to the de Havilland. He motions towards a very large plane, larger than most. It's obviously not a fighter, has 2 seats, 2 machine guns mounted on the front, which is a bit unusual, but it's a lot of firepower for a larger plane like this. And there is, of course, a mounted machine gun on the back.
Just the one.
Just the one. He says, now there are 2 things you need to keep in mind, sir.
Yes.
If a plane does come up on the tail of your plane, do not shoot your tail.
Yes, sir.
I'm a bit redundant in my words, and I apologize, but I wish to speak as plainly as possible for someone who is not quite familiar with...
I appreciate it.
Good. You do know what I mean, yes?
Are you
The tail, and he pulls on the
yes.
rudders and the flappers, and he says, you understand?
do not shoot our own plane.
That's
Yes.
correct.
Yes.
It is a mistake I have seen rookies make. From time to time, when the heat of battle comes over them and they are terrified, they will follow a target no matter where it goes. This has led to some rather moronic mistakes.
I see, yes.
And a preemptive apology. I just want to send a shout out to all our UK viewers out there who
Yes,
are tolerating
sorry.
the slaughter of their accents. You guys, y'all are MVPs tonight.
It's fun.
Happy Halloween. Part of the terror is listening to us talk in your accent.
Make a mockery of your
Right, well, if Benedict Cumberbatch can do Doctor Strange, then I can do a bad Cockney.
If you've ever listened to John Cleese trying to do a Western accent, it's hilarious. It's great. So,
No, do not shoot your own plane.
yes, he says, I've seen pilots in the heat of battle grip the trigger like it was their lifeline,
Yes.
and then trace a line of fire right across the tail of their own plane.
I see.
Which, of course, led to their death.
I shan't do that.
Treat the back of the plane as if it is your life.
Understood.
Do not shoot it.
And the second thing?
And the second thing is, he pulls a gun out, and he says, he hands it to you. He gives you a pistol. This is
sir?
standard for every pilot.
I'll take it like gingerly. Hold it.
You can keep it inside the plane if you like.
Yeah, I would prefer that. Yes.
This is not in case you. How do I say this gingerly?
This is meant for me.
It is meant for you, sir. If the plane should catch fire, you have 3 options, as they say. You can jump to your death. You can burn to death on the way down. Or you can take a quick and painless way. I know it is not the Christian thing to do, but I'm sure God will understand. We have already sinned against him, scarring the landscape of this earth with death already.
I'll put it in my messenger bag.
You just look at this gun, you're like...
Is it loaded?
Oh, yes.
Okay, well, like
it's a revolver. Mhm.
Okay.
It is fully loaded. He's given you... It looks like he's given you his officer's gun, which kind of fills you with a little bit of confidence,
Right.
Roland. You kind of feel like maybe he's expecting you to come back.
Sure.
But as he hands it to you, you do feel the weight of the thing. Is this the first time Roland's ever held a weapon before?
No.
No? Okay. So the weight of the thing, it is somewhat familiar.
Mm-hmm.
But as you're holding it, you're hearing the thunder off in the distance. And you're imagining these shells that are half the length of a human body, rocketing through the air, destroying everything they hit. And you're imagining the smaller version in this gun and what it will do when it strikes its target. And he says, I have faith you'll be fine.
I shall do my best for king and country.
Shoot with the camera more than the gun, if you please.
Understood.
You have a very difficult position ahead of you, and I do appreciate that I am throwing a civilian into combat, but we are short-handed, and we do need this recorded, and Genevieve does need a gunner.
I shall do my best.
And get used to calling the ladies by their first names. They get rather tired if you call them by their last names, as civilized society would dictate.
Understood.
Well then, Godspeed. He turns abruptly before you even have a chance to reply. And as he's moving back towards the camp, you see the barracks open as the women start coming out in their flight suits. Pistols
am
at the
gonna,
side, combat knives on your legs,
Taking pictures.
goggles. As you all see the reporter setting up, Roland says, Roland,
Yes.
Roland there, why don't you get a photo of all of them next to their plane?
Oh, yes, if you wouldn't mind, ladies.
All right.
Oh, yeah, oh, all right. 2 together, all right, and 3, 2, yes. And let's see, modern fashion is frowning face. It's not quite smiling quite yet, yes. Just a stoic, yes. Oh, I love it. Click.
You better not have cost us our
Change those
supplies.
bulbs rather quickly.
I'm an expert. Striker.
All right. And you perhaps just took the picture that would be discovered in April 2017.
Let's do everyone together. Everyone together, please. And 3, 2.
All right. Picture taken. The colonel approaches all of you and says, we've done this a number of times now, and I'm out of dramatic words. Just come back and fly well.
Thanks, sir.
We'll do it for you, Chuckles. I'd call him Chuckles. He doesn't like it.
I see Chuckles.
Don't write that.
Do not write that. It's a strange mission. Get it done. Come back. I'll give you a free ration of whiskey if you do.
All right.
Well, you know how to make a squadron fly harder.
I mean, if we make it back, we'll probably be famous.
Yes, if I have anything to do with it,
If he makes it back, we'll be famous.
that is a very good point.
On that note, the colonel turns to you and says, Genevieve. He leans in and says, my impression is the man knows how to handle a gun, but fly like you do not have a gunner.
You got it, sir.
Godspeed. And he steps
Rubes?
back.
Don't call me Rubes. Don't write that down.
And you're now on your own. Your plane's waiting for you on the airfield. Everyone's suited up and ready to go. The sun has crested over the tops of the trees, and the thunder has grown louder and louder as, with the day, now comes a fresh new round of shelling from both sides. Off in the distance, you hear the thunder. louder than any noise any human has ever heard up until this point in history. The crashing, man-made, slapping sounds of black powder and metal and death. 20 miles away, right where you're headed. You begin to climb up into your planes.
Evie, do I have any sort of goggles or protective gear at all?
There would be goggles inside the plane.
Here we go. Okay.
Yeah.
There we are.
Those right there. That's about it. Did he go over the not shooting the tail of the plane part?
Yes. I shall not shoot our tail. I'm getting the
we're
hang of
going
the
down
lingo.
if
Roll-
you do that, so don't.
Roland, one of the things you note when you slide into this rather cramped, barely a hole in the top of this plane, is it comes up to about your shoulders, making you feel a little bit helpless in this thing. And it begins to occur to you how pilots really do operate in the war. Once they're inside a plane, that's that.
Yeah.
They are committed. This thing comes up to about mid-arm, right about here, so it's a bit cramped. The machine gun pivots. You've got a pretty good arc angle on just about everything that's going on behind you. But you're finding with the camera, it's very difficult.
Right.
You are cramped in this space. You suspect you're probably only going to get one good solid shot, so pick your shot.
Got it.
You're not going to be able to just trade bulbs up here while you're flying. There's also the added complication of the fact that you're going to be traveling. From what you remember about reading up on this assignment, these planes go up to about 200 miles per hour, so exposure time is going to be a little tricky, so pick your shots well. As you're going over this, you kind of jolt suddenly when you hear the propeller starting up. And down the line, one by one, the colonel begins to make his way. One of the other privates that I mentioned before, a young private who mans the airfield. There's a few sort of like nameless people that run. I want to say they run the menial jobs around here. Like, they'll return with rations from time to time, or orders from further back of the line.
Are most of them men? Inquiring minds want to know.
Yeah, but they're not stationed here.
Right.
It looks like most of them are also in mechanic suits. This is the first you've seen of them. The colonel either kind of played up how desperate they are for personnel and materials, but it looks like these guys just kind of come sneaking out from behind the planes and begin to help him start it up. Kind of leads you to think that maybe the colonel has staged some of this a little bit so that the position of the squadron looks a little more desperate than he says. But it's compounded by the fact is as soon as they help him start up the propellers, these privates immediately run back into hiding. Right? You see them kind of duck away, and the colonel shoos one of them off. The rest of you have been wondering where the rest of the flight crew has been all morning, but here they are. You, one by one, the propellers start up on the planes.
Ellie and Bess get into their planes. They stop in front of the wing and they do a thing. I love you. I want you. I'm yours.
I love you, I want you, and I am yours.
Rubes, if you fuck this up, I'm gonna crush you.
Don't call me Rubes. Race it to the front of the line. No, I'll give you Bess. Wear that during war.
So the planes pull out, sort of a staggered formation as they all kind of. I mean, really, in World War I, taking off from the airfield, it's not quite as orderly as you might imagine, say, on the deck of an aircraft carrier in World War II. Here, it's literally just a big open farmland where the planes are just going where they can go. You guys make sure you're sort of staggered apart from each other so you got enough wing space. But who's taking point? Is that going to be you?
I'll take point.
All right. So you take point. So you're pulling up in front. The squadron is basically going to be following your acceleration and takeoff.
Hope you ladies can keep up.
Oh, sure.
So 2 fighter planes is what you note. Striper and her sister, Elaine and Striper are both taking the front in fighter planes. Those are single-seaters. Much smaller, a little more compact. I actually have the model number. You're in I believe it's called a Newport 28.
That's correct.
Thank you.
Yes, sir.
These are very maneuverable planes. As these two fighter craft pull up in the front, the last two planes are the ones that you're riding in. The de Havilland, I believe it's pronounced. I'm probably slaughtering that, but that's what it's called. So the two in front of you, Bess and Eleanor, they're manning the same plane, womaning the
Newport?
same plane. What's that?
The Newport 28.
No.
Oh,
De Havilland.
De
Havilland.
Yeah. So they are also, these planes are usually large enough to actually carry a bomb, and occasionally clusters, which are kind of like, they can drop grenades, basically. Clusters of grenades. There are no bombs on the plane today, though. Everyone is loaded up and ready to go. It looks like they're anticipating, it's not an air-to-ground action. You guys are going after an observation balloon. Now, an observation balloon, I'll just go ahead and give you all heads up. An observation balloon was literally a giant balloon that was anchored, and it would hover about, well, sometimes up to 100 to 200 feet above the ground. And at the bottom of this balloon would essentially be a basket, like in any kind of like balloon, where a single soldier, possibly two soldiers, would sit there and basically report what they're seeing. Think of it as a makeshift watchtower. It's a way to get a complete view of the battlefield and report it back. And to answer any questions, there are no two-way radios right now. Okay. So a lot of it is Morse code and signals, and all. They are very, very useful to have on a battlefield, especially at this period in history. And they are juicy targets for fighter craft. The British nicknamed them sausages, although some of the men on the field have actually called them testicles because of the way they're shaped. So you're going to cook some sausages this morning, as pilot speak would go.
Let's pop some testicles.
Gonna go kick some balls in. All right, so you guys push your planes up to takeoff speed. Yeah, Roland, you're just bumping along in the back as the farm field. There's not really any suspension on these planes. You're literally just bumping up and down. You're watching the grass race past you, and the wind is picking up, roaring in your ears. And then all of a sudden it becomes very smooth. And you watch as the horizon angles, and you are watching the ground leave as Eve pulls the stick back, and following up, looking kind of back up over your shoulder, you can see the rest of the squadron all in unison taking to the sky. There's a bit of a rush.
Yeah, at this point,
everyone kind of feels that
over.
power. Yeah, the horsepower of these planes pulling themselves into the air, and now suddenly light as a feather. Also, there's no denying that there is a certain sense of power you're feeling in these warplanes. And as you're pulling away from the airfield, it begins to grow smaller and smaller, and you see almost ominously, like maybe a parent watching their children go off to school, is the colonel at the end of the airfield just watching up, and he has his arm raised. And you all pull away until you reach about 4,000 feet. It's a beautiful, beautiful morning. But one thing all of you note is there is cloud cover. Sporadic cloud cover.
Uh-oh.
Yes.
Ernst.
There is a notable silence that falls over Eve as you guys kind of angle up towards the cloud cover area. Y'all are just below. Above the cloud cover is heaven. It's bright sunlight shining on the tops of white puffed clouds in a clear sky that is difficult to find in a day like today where there's pollution everywhere.
I hold the camera as if I want to take a picture, but this is not the right moment. But it's the most beautiful thing I've ever seen.
Yeah. That's a fair assessment. And then, like a baseball through a window, the moment of euphoria collapses as you hear those guns again, louder this time. It's incredible, Roland, as you're looking down over the French countryside. Seeing farms and crops, and some of these people look like they're still going about their lives. It's incredible to think that in less than now, probably about 10 miles, is the most horrific hellscape that has ever been visited upon the planet of Earth. The only indication of where you're headed is that thunder, like belching demons 10 miles away just waiting for you to arrive. But right now, it's a scenic, you could paint the picture, it's so beautiful up here. But all of you, having flown many times, your eyes are on the clouds. You've lost 8 sisters to one man who has been very good at gunning you all down. And his squadron has gotten really clever. And whatever his tactics are, he's gotten really clever at using these clouds to his advantage. He comes out of nowhere. And to make matters worse, all of you would be aware that Ernst Becker flies in a plane called the Fokker 7. Fokker D7. Widely considered to be the best German fighter, the armistice specifically mentioned the D7 in demanding that all surviving Fokkers be handed over, which means that they were so lethal that by the end of the war, these planes had to be surrendered by Germany. The Allies insisted upon it. These are the most dangerous planes that Germany ever created during World War I. Red Baron didn't fly one. Let's give you an idea. These things are pretty dangerous. They're maneuverable, they're fast, and they are quieter than most planes. Being in the air for about, well, it feels like a pretty short amount of time. Roland, it's, again, you've never been in a plane before, so you've never actually traveled at this speed. The fastest you've gone is in a car on a horse.
Right.
The most technologically advanced locomotion you've been a part of, besides the ship that brought you across the channel, was a car. Now you are traveling faster than you've ever traveled in your life, and it's amazing to you that you're already coming up on the front when it's only been what feels like just a few minutes. So swept up in the scenery. You begin to see the landscape starts to change. You see wisps of smoke from the ground, and the scene begins to go from scenic farmland to browning, blackening, and rubble. Slowly but surely. And you begin to see lots of people as well populating this area down here. Horses, a few motorcycles, which is a new thing to the war. But you also see sandbags. You see, clearly, even from this altitude, you see what must be the skeletal remains of a tank. Also, one of the newest inventions, one of the newest and clever inventions that man has come up to use to kill each other with. An armored transportation vehicle capable of doing at a lesser degree what these huge artillery weapons are able to do from miles away. The devastation that a tank can unleash is rivaled only by the creation of the flamethrower, which is also a new weapon of death that mankind has created. Literally spitting liquid flame, it is considered one of the worst ways to die. That being said, as you fly over the front line, you all get a glimpse of what it looks like today. It's another bleak, black, scarred landscape. It's almost as if the earth has been slashed with a knife and the wound has festered and blackened and become a rotted wound. It's miles of mud and corpses. Even from at this altitude, you can see the body count is extraordinary and unmistakable, just because of the sheer numbers of how many you see scattered across the battlefield, even with the mud splatter. And at 4,000 feet, you can smell gunpowder and death. The British flag is flying behind the lines, but you see what will become known as the legendary trenches of France as you're flying over no man's land. And as you begin to take all this in, it looks like you kind of glance back instinctively, Roland, and Eve looks like this is.
Am I in front or?
You're behind.
I'm behind.
So you're glancing back at her
because
she's
looking.
flying. Yeah,
I see.
So glancing back, to see kind of where you're going. You can see as Eve is looking over the side of the plane, the expression. One thing you'll note: this is going to work. This is every day out here. And the wind begins to get cooler, a little bit colder. The cloud cover is also beginning to touch the top of the planes. So it's becoming a little more difficult to see. And at about that point, all of you, the squadron, hear a very, very familiar sound. You, Roland, once again, being introduced to something new that you've never heard before. There's popping sounds coming from below. Now, at first, you think, surely they must be small arms fire, people firing from the ground to the sky. It's like a... But what happens is the moment you hear these sort of like popping sounds, what begins to happen is it becomes a crescendo. And you realize those popping sounds are actually shells leaving a casing. And all of a sudden, the sky lights up with black puffs of smoke as flak begins to fire up at the planes. I need everyone to make piloting checks. So you take a single D6. The difficulty is 4. Nope. All you got to do is clutch yourself and pray to God.
I'm gonna like pull my shirt up to cover my mouth.
Oh, are there bonuses?
You can add a bonus.
You can use one of your cool.
No.
So I'll omit it this one time, but moving forward, if you ever want to spend any of your points to enhance ability, you got to do it before you roll the 6-sided die. But if you want to do it in this first roll, I'll let you.
So do we have to meet or beat? Is that...
You have to meet and beat the target number.
Sorry, I got 4.
4? Okay, cool.
I did not.
Oh well, this would be this. You actually wouldn't be rolling this, Rachel. This would be your pilot rolling.
Can I assist her?
You can say encouraging things as the flak hits your plane.
I love you.
That works. Do you feel encouraged? What did everybody else run? 4? Okay. 3?
3.
Okay. So essentially what happens is what was your roll again, Eve? 4? So the flak popping around you, you're kind of flinching. Bess, you're kind of noticing the flak is getting a little closer than usual this morning, and all of a sudden the plane just goes, you guys lurch forward as the tail, there's a shell that explodes just underneath the back of the plane, and you guys take 1 structure damage. The plane bucks, and all of a sudden you lurch forward, and you have to compensate quickly, and you pull this heavy plane back up. You rolled a 3 as well. Whitney, the side of the plane, Elaine feels that bucking feeling as flak just gets a little too close. Hits the side of the plane, and it causes the right wing to sort of dip as the left wing is forced up. And for a split second, you sort of jank to the right, sliding a little bit, and then manage to recover. If you stay at this altitude, you're going to be a target for all of the flak.
Understood.
Go up, pull up.
Can I use my stunting to pull up?
Actually, let's use the stunting tool here. So why don't we do this? The flak is hitting. I'm letting you... Stunting is an ability that, remember, you guys can use. Usually it's only used in dogfights, but in this, I'll let you go ahead and stunt. It'll be a piloting check. And you, Elaine, your plane is particularly good at stunting, if I remember correctly. So you're actually going to get a bonus to it because your plane is agile as hell.
Yes.
Do you see where it says you get I believe you get a plus
+3 stunting.
+3. So you can stunt at a +3. Go ahead and make a piloting check. It's going to be difficulty 4. And you get a plus...
6.
Okay. You're able to get rid of that pretty easily. You just needed to not roll a 1. So you managed to, as that shot explodes underneath the left side of the wing, you actually kind of roll with it and slide off to the side. You, Striper, your sister, in her instinct in order to dodge flak, it speaks to her situational awareness, because as that plane bucks, you see her, she slides right underneath you as a shell explodes and comes up onto your right side.
Hi, sis.
Damn, she's good.
Yeah. If you guys want to try to stunt, you can. I'll let you try to stunt. But if you're paying,
We're at -4.
yeah, your
Stunting.
plane is big and clunky.
Don't think we'd be able to do
No.
it unless we used all of
No
our
thanks.
pool.
Okay, cool. So you just
Don't
take
think
the
we could
hit.
do
You just see a little searing at the end of the tail, but the plane's okay.
I'll fix that later.
So then, did Whitney
Sorry.
not take structural damage?
Whitney did not take any damage.
Okay.
But if you guys remain at this altitude, I'm gonna have you roll every round here.
I pull up 100 feet and hope that they follow me.
Well, if you're squadron commander, you just signal to everybody. Okay, so it's pretty standard issue. When the flak starts to hit, you see Striper give the thumbs up, and everyone pulls up into the clouds. Your breath gets taken away for a second, Roland, as you guys are surrounded by this gray dark mist, and all of a sudden, it's brilliant sunlight up above, pulling up into the clouds.
I give them up. That means keep eyes
Yeah.
out for that German guy.
Why don't you guys roll let's see if we spot. Everyone roll sense danger.
Sense trouble?
Sense trouble. Sense trouble, danger.
6.
6.
Full.
4.
4. Nothing. You guys are alone up here.
We wasted our good rolls.
As you pull up above the clouds, there's a moment where you instinctively, Striper, especially you, instinctively you look straight up at the sun and kind of blink. A favored tactic of fighter pilots is to come blazing down out of the sun where they can't see you coming and to just strafe incoming plane. You do the blink, nothing. You guys are alone up here, and above the cloud cover, it seems like off in the distance, in the direction you were told, you see the unmistakable vision of a single observation balloon through the break of the clouds.
Have we taken down observation balloons before?
Yes,
Okay.
they're quite easy to shoot down. The problem is the Germans don't want them shot down.
No, really.
Above the cloud cover?
No, they're actually just underneath the cloud cover. They are behind enemy lines though, so you're probably not gonna have to worry about flak guns. But they are in a break in the clouds. Observation balloons never go that high, so you're gonna have to get down lower.
Oh, right. We're at 1,400 feet, and that's at 200.
Yeah, you guys are probably.
4,000.
You guys were at 4,000. You're probably closer to about 10,000 feet now.
Great. We head straight towards the observation balloon.
It's very cold.
Yeah, I was going to say.
You are very cold. It's early winter. Your breath, if the wind wasn't passing so fast,
Yeah.
you would definitely be feeling. But you're feeling it in your fingertips and stuff like that.
Yeah. I'm just trying to stay warm.
Yeah, it is quite Arctic up here. It seems peaceful for a while as you guys pull forward. I'm gonna have y'all make another sense trouble, or is it sense danger? Sense trouble.
trouble.
Go ahead and make another sense trouble check.
7.
7. Do you have a 7?
I have.
Did you spend points?
Yes.
Oh, you can only use them once.
Oh,
Yeah.
2.
2. Okay. 4. Okay, that's okay. Only one of you needs to spot the danger because you can signal to the rest of the squadron. Keeping an eye out as y'all are approaching the observation balloon, you're getting in a position where you're actually far enough over enemy lines, and actually with the break in the clouds, you can see the balloon. It's in prime position to be strafed, and that's when you spot the enemy aircraft. 3 coming straight at you all. They're pulling up. It looks like they were down below. So you guys are on a collision course like this, essentially. None of your squadron seems to spot them until I'm guessing you signaled to everybody. But you guys watch the familiar signal of your squadron leader pointing down. It takes you a few moments as you guys begin to close in. But sure enough, you see 3 German airplanes headed straight for you rather bravely as they're outnumbered.
Get ready. Get ready back there.
I'm ready.
On my gun.
Yeah.
This is gonna be fun.
Prepared.
I assume we've trained in our formation, so we probably would know to split up and flank them.
Yep. All right. Let's assume. Yeah. Let's just assume. All right, everybody. So, what were we gonna say?
Oh, I go to the left.
All right, she breaks off. So just so you know, the bigger planes are going to be a little clunkier in the battle, but you have the heavier machine guns. So keep that in mind.
And
right.
the bigger planes shoot from the back, but we shoot from the front? Yes.
They have 2
Bigger
in the
planes
front,
have 2
1 in the
guns.
Gotcha.
If a plane gets on your tail as a fighter, you've got to shake them. If a plane gets on their tail, they can shoot back. So it's dangerous to attack one of their planes. But they're slow and they cannot maneuver, which means if a smart fighter attacks them, they can strafe and get the hell out of there. But we'll see. We'll see how smart these fighters are. All right, so I need to know, what is everyone's piloting? Let's go across the table. I know Zan. Only if you're a pilot, tell me your piloting rating.
Okay.
So we'll start with you, Erica.
10.
10?
I'm an 8.
12.
8.
All right, so we know who the crack pilot is. All right.
I mean, you'll do great.
Elaine, you get initiative. As these planes begin to bank up, you are angled down, and you see your sister, kind of like the Starbuck of the squadron, kind of pull ahead as she angles down and goes straight at them. We are now going to engage in a dogfight. All right, so I'll walk you through how this is going to work, Whitney. So, you guys are going to be jockeying for control here. So, all parties involved in a dogfight do bid piloting. No constant. Okay, so the bidding is blind and the reveal is simultaneous. One player found. Oh, I see. Okay. Each contestant rolls a d6. Any contestant who rolls a 1, 3, or 5 adds that. Why don't we do this? We'll just keep this a little simple since we haven't had a chance to go over the dogfighting rules. We're going to make this some piloting checks. Do not tell me how many points you are spending if you decide to spend any at all. And I'm not going to tell you how many I'm spending.
Okay.
Okay? And we'll start there.
Can we only stunt once?
Once per action, yes.
Okay.
Now, typically we use cards here, and there's a bidding war, and it's a really cool system that they have for dogfights. We don't really have that, so we're just going to go ahead and stick with the piloting checks and the stunts.
And
So,
did
what's
you
that?
say we refresh upon landing?
You refresh when the scene changes,
And a scene.
not upon landing.
And scene.
So, use your points sparingly.
Right.
Okay. So, here's how this is going to work, Whitney. As you guys are closing in, there's really not an angle to actually get behind this guy. He's coming up at you, and you're coming straight at him. So, the piloting check I'm going to have you make is to dodge him, and he's going to try to dodge you. However, the two of you are, I'm guessing you're going to open fire because he certainly is.
Yes.
Okay, so you've got initiative. So, what you're going to do first, before you even roll piloting, is I'm going to have you make a firearms roll. So, roll your firearms, and if you want to spend points here, you can. If you don't, you don't have to.
Always fun.
For the piloting check, don't tell me, but you can tell me if you want for the firearms roll.
Am I supposed to get to a certain number?
So you need to roll 4 or better.
Yes, definitely got a 4.
Okay. In that case, I need you to roll a d6. Roll that d6 one more time and tell me what you get.
For piloting?
No, this is the damage on your guns.
2.
So then add the damage to the gun on your guns, which is 2 as well, I believe. Yes.
4. Yes, it's +2.
+2? Okay, cool. All right. Whitney gets first blood.
Go, Ruby.
All right. He is going to open fire. Okay. 2 points of structure damage. You see the flares of his machine gun also lighting up as he's angling towards you. It's a daredevil position. The two of you are in a particular dangerous position. He risks stalling, and you risk going into a dive you can't pull out of. Make a piloting check real quick. So it's D6. The difficulty here is 4. Oh, my goodness. What'd you roll? What'd you get?
4.
4. Okay. You bank just to the right as he comes screaming past you. And as this plane passes you, he enters into the ranks of the rest of the squadron. You're all watching this German plane, this pilot just rocket right past you in his plane. And you see a couple of pieces of his plane trailing after him. The right side of his wing looks like the skeletal structure has been exposed as he flies right past. She shot him pretty good and did significant damage to the plane. And you see, Roland, as you kind of look up towards the sun, you see his plane it looks like he's struggling to keep it from banking right without his, he's trying to keep it leveled. But it looks like his plane wants to suddenly turn right as the right wing no longer has a cover on it. And because he failed his piloting check, you watch him go begin to slide a little bit. He is helpless. You bank up out of that dive and begin to bank to the right. Who had the next highest piloting check? Bess?
Me.
All right. You're in a heavy plane, so diving is going to be tricky.
No stunting.
Yeah.
Me.
10.
Now keep in mind, you can also stunt to get a better result on a roll. So you can attempt to stunt to get a +1. It's a piloting check, and then you'll get like a +1 to your damage.
But I still have a -4.
Yes, because your plane is a bus. It is not built to do the loop-de-loops. You can still stunt. All you have to do is not roll a natural 1. That's not necessarily a critical failure, but I'm kind of house ruling tonight that it's not good.
Right.
Yeah.
Should we try and stunt?
Let's do it.
Let's try and
do
stunt.
it.
All right, cool. So so what exactly are you doing? Are you angling the plane down and kind of doing what Whitney just did?
Yeah.
Okay.
Assisting, can I do anything?
Cooperative.
In truth, this is all in Bess's hands. There's nothing
also-
as the gunner. There's literally nothing you can do
Okay.
except for scream and
Say a
as the
little
adrenaline
prayer.
comes over you.
I'm going to pray.
Right. All right. 4.
4. That's enough. Okay,
Right.
so you're gonna make your piloting. Wait, you're stunting though, right?
Yes.
Okay. Did you spend any points? Because you're getting a -3 to a stunt, right?
Don't look at me.
Oh.
I don't know what
So
to
you're not
do.
gonna
Right.
you're not gonna
Negative
succeed. So what's gonna happen is you're not gonna get that +1 bonus,
All right.
but you're still gonna succeed at the piloting check.
Alright.
But you just need to roll that real quick, because you rolled
Okay.
the stunt. So basically, she goes into a deep dive. So now
Okay.
make a piloting check.
Okay.
So roll a d6.
Spend a point of
can-
thought.
4.
4. Okay. All right. So you are going to need to. What's your firearms?
Mine?
No, yours.
Mine?
Because remember, you're in the back. You're a backseater.
I want to shoot something.
All
Yeah.
right. I'm an 8.
What is it?
I'm an 8.
Okay, cool. So you're gonna go first. Go ahead and make your firearms roll as
Alright.
this plane is coming up on you.
And this is where you would
And
add.
do I want to add something?
You can add
You can
one of your
spend
points.
those points
Spend one of your
to
eggs.
add to your roll.
Spend one of the points.
Okay, cool. Tell me what you
Add
get.
to it.
6.
Nice.
Okay.
Shoot him hard.
So roll. I need you to roll the d6 then, and tell me what you get, and add your machine gun damage to it. So +2.
4, 5, 6.
Yikes.
He's going down.
That's why we're the best.
Ooh.
That's why we're still alive.
Okay. The heavy guns on this bigger plane, dual shooting down at this guy. You watch his fragments begin to fly up from the top of the plane, and he fires back simultaneously. Let's make his firearms check. Oh. Nope. He misses you. Bap, 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 bap. But he succeeds on his piloting check. So you watch, he expertly he goes into a barrel roll, stops about halfway, and then dives back down. So he's going up from the top. No, because you guys,
Trickery.
so Rachel, you guys are angled down, so you're literally facing the sky right now. And the combat that's happening underneath you, he's passed underneath you guys. So if Erica banks at any point, you'll be able to have an angle on him.
Fake, please. Fake.
So
Fake.
you
I have so many points in my firearms. I want to use them all. For God and country.
So,
Go to AXYB.
all right. So, Blight. Same situation. There is a third plane coming up on you.
So just he's headed directly toward me. So
It's the same situation. So it's a firearms check first. What is your firearms rating?
6.
You're going to go first.
Woo.
And you can spend if you want.
If you want to
before.
spend points, you can.
I'll spend 1 point. Cool, good.
Tell us.
Is a 4.
4, you're going to hit.
Cool.
He's going to roll now. Let's just go ahead and get this out of the way. Nope. Go ahead and roll that d6 and add your damage to it.
3.
Okay.
That's not bad. That's not bad.
I rolled a 1.
Oh, good.
That's okay.
Something.
Yeah.
Still something. I still hit him. Yeah. It's
All right.
exciting.
So at this point, everyone passes. I need you to make a piloting check.
Okay.
While she's rolling, do we recognize any of these planes?
I will have you roll for that in just a second.
4.
4. Okay. So in a daring dive, the squadron, lurches down through the clouds. Roland, it's not just the sudden drop in altitude and the rush of the wind past you, it's the hot lead you see flying past your plane.
Jesus.
You're watching these yellow streaks rip through the sky, and you're hearing the thunder, the pa, 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 as these machine guns leave your ears ringing. The roar of the engines as they're fighting to climb back through the sky after diving must have been 400 feet in just a matter of moments. You're lurching around inside of this thing, your camera clutching it as hard as you can, and you watch a plane enter your field of vision as it races right past you guys. For a split moment, Xander, you actually see Roland has this plane as it's banking up, racing past you. Genevieve levels the plane out. You actually have line of sight on it. What does Roland do? There's a moment, the machine gun, it's not in your hand. It's just basically, the machine gun is literally just like flopping around.
I'm gonna grab it.
You grab the machine gun.
And I'm just gonna like.
All right, so go ahead and make a firearms check.
All right, I've got 1 point, and I'm spending it now.
Okay. Oh, you got 1 point. You're gonna spend it.
1 point in
Okay,
firearms.
because you are gonna be at a -2 because of the range of this guy pulling up and he's banking off to the side. So -2, but you're spending a point, so -1. So go ahead and make your roll. You need a 4 or better.
Oh, I dropped it!
You need a 4 or better.
I'm saying it was a
Oh
6.
God, I dropped it. Give me one.
Yeah.
I'm not gonna look though.
Lucky.
That's not right. 2.
You hear the shrieking of Roland behind you, and all of a sudden, the sound of his machine gun opening up as he unloads. A little too long. He just squeezes that trigger.
Yeah, make sure to keep it in like a straight line, like I'm not moving to hit the tail.
This thing, the force of this machine gun coupled with the temperature up here, you're feeling your hands go numb immediately. And then the fear just kind of runs it out, and you hear, You see the belt is dry. There's another belt underneath.
I'll start fumbling around with it.
Fumbling.
Just yell, don't waste the ammo. We need that.
There's only one more belt in this thing. As you're like,
I can't hear you.
it looks like it's there's a case. It looks like you attach. There's a belt. There's something
God.
that clips into the body. You're like, your camera's in the way. You begin to sort of fumble with it, and all of a sudden you lurch to the side as she banks again. Now I need Whitney. You have initiative. So this guy, what's up?
It's like I didn't shoot things.
No. They all. Did you want to try to get a shot off on one of these guys?
Yeah.
Okay, then I'm gonna say I'm gonna give you a -2 difficulty to it. I'm gonna make it a little bit harder because they are literally launching in. So you're shooting at the same target, but you're gonna be having to angle yourself towards because they're Whitney and this German pilot are literally playing chicken. And as they open fire, they're gonna bank off. That one is the only one you actually have an angle on right now.
I'm waiting for a better shot.
Okay, so if you want, what I'll do is you can make a piloting
Get
and
in position.
then I'll let you stunt.
Yeah.
Okay, so then go ahead and make a piloting check.
Come on, Striper.
6.
Okay. Did you spend points to get a 6? No, because your plane is badass.
No.
No, she just rolled a 6.
Oh, you rolled a natural 6.
Yeah.
I don't know why I ever doubted you. All right. Okay, so then go ahead and make a stunt roll, and you get to add your bonuses to from your plane.
6.
You can do it, Stripper!
For God's sake, woman! All right. So as this plane, you see the hot lead as both of them open fire on each other. You see your sister's plane gets hit, but it doesn't look bad. But the other plane, however, doesn't fare so well. As you see Elaine just banks off to the right as this thing launches up towards the sky, trailing pieces of its plane. You see its angle, its trajectory, you know its speed, you're able to see the kind of plane it is. It's not who you think it is, but it is a pilot, and you're familiar with this aircraft. You're familiar what it can do. So following it up, you dip low, you come out of your dive, and just use the momentum to swoop back up around. We're gonna start the next round. I'm gonna give you initiative since you've used your last round to put yourself in position. You can see you're close enough that you can see this pilot as he's pulling up into the sun. He's looking back, fully aware that you're back there, and he is going to try to stunt. So go ahead. First of all, make a piloting check to get behind him, and he is going to make. This is going to be a contested roll here. He's going to. Oh, okay. Go ahead and make a check.
7.
Okay, you were definitely behind him. Did you get a? Okay, so real quick, because how did you get a 7 because you spent a point?
I rolled a natural 7.
Did you spend 2 points?
Yeah.
Okay, cool. All right, then you angle behind him. He's going to stunt to try to get you off his tail. You can stunt now too if you like.
Stunty, stunt! 9.
That beats his 4. You may open fire. You are on him. Open fire. The difficulty.
But I'm going fully automatic.
Okay. You click and go ahead and make your attack roll. Roll your
Strikes go! 6.
6. A natural 6.
No.
Did you spend points here?
My fully automatic weapon is a damage
So
of +4.
that's damage though. This is to hit him.
Gotcha.
So you're firing.
Gotcha. Got that wrong.
Yeah.
Shit.
I'll let you. Okay, that's okay. We're new to the system, so I'm gonna let you spend a point here if you will.
Yes, okay. And
Be
I
a
just
little
need a 3?
forgiving here. What's that?
I just need a 3 to hit? Or a 4?
You need a 4.
Always a 4.
you need to hit a
I will
4.
spin the points, and that's in piloting?
Yes. No, that's in firearms.
Sure.
Spend your firearms point.
Yep.
Okay. Now you get to roll damage, and you get to add that +4 because you're at full auto.
Ooh!
10.
Okay. All right. He shifts to the left. He tries to go into a barrel roll, and as he does, you lurch to the left and wait for the barrel roll to finish. And he enters a hail of gunfire, and his plane is shredded. As you're looking up, you watch 2 wings tear off the side of this plane, and it becomes an explosive ball of flames. As you fire across the engine, there's a good chance that he died instantaneously.
That's my
You
sister,
watch.
motherfucker!
It's like pop, a fireball streaking down from the sky. Splash 1. The other 2 planes. Next up is going to be Whitney. You watch your sister finish off the bastard that tried to gun you down on the way up. Whitney, you've come out of the dive. The planes are engaged with your squadron behind you. Up ahead is a completely defenseless observation balloon.
I'll go for the balloon.
Okay.
Do I need to stunt for that?
Not yet. No, really, honestly, this observation balloon is a sitting duck. There's no. You're not gonna have to really roll that well to hit this thing. It's a big balloon, in stationary, just hovering in the air. All you need to, and it's filled with flammable gas. So you can imagine how well this is gonna go for the balloon.
And my sister's got it, so
Yeah.
I'm gonna take the balloon.
All right, so we're gonna get to you in a second because it's actually gonna take you a full round in a dive to get to the balloon. But you watch as your sister races away, accelerating up to 200 miles an hour. This plane is gone. The other 2, however, are still in combat with you guys. So who else had the next highest piloting rating?
I'm gonna bank.
Okay, you bank. Make a
get a
piloting
shot of
check
it.
because you're trying to give her a shot, right?
Right.
All right. That's probably the fastest way to take care of this guy. Because he's going to outmaneuver you and get behind you and strafe you.
He can try.
Yeah. All
I'm gonna
right.
bank.
I'm ready.
All right, Bess.
Getting darling.
All right, so go ahead and make a piloting check.
I'll spend a point.
Difficulty here is 4 as usual.
Oh. No. No.
Ooh. What'd you roll?
For 1.
Okay.
And I added a point.
Okay. So you, just keep track of the points that you add. You bank around, and he seems to. Let's put it this way: when he flew past you guys, it became clear he knew what plane that he was flying against, and he's pointedly avoids the tail of your plane and banks into the farther left part of the combat area. Just kind of slides off to the left. You watch him pull away. Yeah, Eleanor, you can see him. The machine gun cannot angle to where he's at, but you're watching him bank away.
Can Bess take a shot?
Can I take a shot?
You can't take a shot. You literally you maneuvered your plane so that your rear would be facing him, and he angled himself so you couldn't get a firing arc on him. You guys, however, so
Getting heavy.
this is interesting because the two of you actually don't have a plane on you right now, which means that you have the option of engaging the one that that has slid away from these two, or engaging the second one, which I believe is also up here. The second one is actually banking around. You shot one down. Mm-hmm. The second one is the one that flew up and has you were emptying
trying
it.
to get.
Yeah. So those are the two that you've got right now.
Well, I see this guy coming off their side, so I'm going to turn to where I am facing it so I can fire at it.
Okay. So go ahead and make a piloting check.
Alright, I'm going to add a point to this. That was a natural 1,
Okay.
plus 1, so 2.
Yeah. He's quite good at getting away from you. You angle down, but your plane, this plane, she's mighty, but she's slow. As you angle it down, Roland, are you trying to keep an eye out for this guy?
No.
What are you doing?
After, like, I was trying to reload the gun and I just couldn't do it. So, but I did see her, like, kind of take off in a dive towards the balloon. So I'm going to ready my camera.
Oh, so you stop and just let go of the machine gun.
I can't.
Okay. So I'm gonna need you. Do you have a photography skill?
I sure do.
I need you. It's gonna be at increased difficulty.
Okay.
But so I'm gonna say it's a -2.
Okay.
And go ahead and make your roll. You need
I'm
to
going to spend 4 points.
This is it. Might as well. All right. So add 4 to your roll.
Yeah.
Subtract 2. So add 2 to your roll.
Okay. 6 total. I'm waiting. I'm getting ready because I'm expecting something to happen.
Get the shot when she gets to
Yeah.
the balloon.
Yeah.
Okay.
We know she will.
I watch this.
Now you will.
You've got an angle on it right now. So your photography. Okay, well then here's the thing. If you don't know if that photography check was to take the picture. So if you don't want to do it now, I'll let you take those points back because I thought you were taking a shot.
Oh, because I saw her going, and I wanted to get ready to take the shot because it takes a minute.
Okay.
Yeah.
So you're warming it up basically to take the shot.
I had to like take the bulb out and put it in place, and yeah.
Jockeying around inside.
Right.
Xander, make a sense danger check.
Okay. You know what? I'm gonna spend 2 points.
Okay.
6 total.
Okay. All right. You glance up as you're screwing in this bulb, and you see something in the clouds. At first glance, you think it's a plane, because you hear a familiar sort of noise. It sounds like maybe an engine. And then for a brief instance, you glimpse at a large, maybe it's a blimp? It's jet black, moving throughout the clouds. And you pause for a second as you're screwing in the bulb. It's almost as if the sound around you begins to die away for a second. The sounds of gunfire become muted, and you slowly stop screwing in the bulb as you realize this thing that's sort of lurching through the clouds is not a plane. What is it? You stop altogether and lean in. The plane banks a little bit, but now your fear is completely forgotten. You don't know. It's a blackened looking shape of some kind, something lurking. It's flying about as fast as the planes, but it's just above you now, moving through the clouds quickly.
It's still there.
You clutch it, vanishes for a second, and then for a brief moment, you see it. I need you to make a stability check.
Oh, dang. Okay, so for this, it's the same thing. I can spend stability points
Yes.
to increase.
But spending stability points does cause you to lose stability.
Right.
So you're going to need to make a stability check, and this is going to be at a difficulty of 5.
I don't have many stability points. I'm going to spend at least one.
Okay. Not a bad idea.
Yeah.
So you're going to drop 1 stability point.
So how does okay?
So roll
that
your-
doesn't affect the roll right now.
It does. It's going to give you a +1 to this roll.
Okay.
The difficulty in the roll is 5.
7.
Okay. Maybe it was a trick. No, there's no such bird that size. Birds don't have scales. It was probably a trick of the light. You're kind of
wearing
there's an
goggles.
adrenaline rush. It could have been anything.
Yeah.
It could have been anything. Whitney, you are barreling towards this balloon. Go ahead and make a firearms check. You can imagine that the man on this balloon right now realizes what's about to happen as he's hearing this plane is diving in on him, because you see someone crawling to the edge of the basket, probably getting ready to jump.
Well, it'll probably be less painful than me.
This is a firearms check. The difficulty is 3.
4.
Okay, roll damage. So roll that 6-sided die.
And I get a +2 on this?
Yeah.
3.
You watch the bullets rip through the observation balloon. Just as a man throws himself from the basket.
Did I get the shot? That's what I was waiting for, but I was distracted.
You hear a popping sound off to the left. What? You kind of glance, and all of a sudden, all the noise comes racing back into your ears. And you look to the left, and you see the detonation of this balloon just off in the distance, just a puff of flames. It's pure chaos as it erupts, explodes, and pops. You see this what looks like the figure of a man jumping out of now a falling basket, which is completely ignited into flames. A couple of 100 feet down, and you see a parachute as he begins to coast towards the ground.
They have parachutes.
Pilots don't get parachutes. There's nowhere to put them. Not in these planes.
The fun.
But for some reason, though, you just don't care. You find that as that balloon's going up and you're hearing the cries of the squadron in victory as these planes begin to pull away. One of them accidentally, by the way, pulling into your fire arc next round. But you keep looking up towards the clouds. There's nothing. You don't see anything at first. It's the next round. So, Elaine, you glance behind you, racing past. You can feel the heat of this balloon as it has become an inferno in the sky. That is a big splash kill right there as this balloon explodes. Mission accomplished, about as smooth as you've ever had it. You bank up into the sky looking behind you. You can imagine that your sister's up in the air right now, all screaming.
Don't mess with the McGillicuddies.
Has anyone ever heard a cat before?
Banking your plane back up to rejoin your squadron. You're all looking at the victory down below. I need... Rachel, Eleanor, you need to, you're going to give you a free shot here as this plane begins to bank back around, having the weather balloon having exploded. He's at long range, though, so it's going to be -2.
Getting darling.
That's fine, because I have lots of points here.
All right, go ahead. Tell me what you got.
8! It's an 8. I rolled a natural 6.
Okay. Go
I
ahead.
am ready!
All right.
I was prepared.
Okay, so go ahead and roll the damage on that gun. So it's a +2. Tell me what you got.
7.
7?
I rolled a 5. I am ready. Sir!
So, about the same time you're banking around from the destruction of this balloon, Elaine, you watch as you see another plane just begin to spiral out of the sky.
Devil cats.
Just a stream of smoke as this plane, as another brave pilot falls. There's shouting, there's cheers. The last pilot, if he's smart, will try to retreat. Roland, again, it's all muted.
Yeah.
You're staring at the clouds, and as you're looking around, you notice, you hear that buzzing sound again, and there's this...
I'm going to ready my camera this time.
You hold your camera up, and you hear it coming from up ahead. Genevieve is in the middle of shouting a victory cry as you're all banking back into getting into formation, looking up overhead. You hear the buzzing. You know that whatever that was, that strange bird-like creature, maybe it's coming back. And then you flinch as a German airplane explodes through the clouds, coming straight for you guys in a strafing run. And you hear the sounds almost too late, Eve, as you hear... go ahead and make a stunt check to increase the difficulty to hit you. It's got...
Oh, God.
Yep. If you want to burn
Negative
points here, I
40.
highly recommend it.
I have to spend points.
Yep.
Let's spend 2 points.
Spending 2 points? Okay.
Yeah.
Tell me what you get.
I already have a -4 to stunting, and I got a 4.
Okay. So, he hits you then. You're not gonna, so you're basically, as you see him, you're not able to get out of the way in time, and your plane takes 6 structure damage as he strafes. Xander, Roland sees huge tears in the back of the plane as it just rips. You're feeling the heat from the gunfire and the whipping noise as these bullets literally inches away from your ears.
Is it him?
What's that?
Is it him?
No, it's the guy that banked up and that had passed y'all.
I'm gonna like duck and cover.
You get down.
Yeah.
I need you both now. In just a second. I need everyone. At this point, everyone is going to see this. Actually, in truth, aside from you, Roland, Elaine is going to have the best line of sight on what's about to happen. I need everyone at the table to make a stability check. The difficulty is 4. No, I'm sorry, the difficulty is 5. It's 5.
Spend a point then.
You did not make it.
6.
6, okay.
Just got a 4.
You got a 4. The difficulty was 5.
Never mind.
Fuck. 2.
2.
6.
Okay. So who didn't make it? Raise your hands. All right.
And I spent a point.
You guys are... you guys lose 3 stability points.
There's no scientific explanation for this!
You see, emerging from the clouds, a thing about the size of one of these airplanes. It defies explanation. It looks reptilian. It looks vaguely vulture-like, possibly a strange cross between multiple hybrid species. You're not sure. It has giant wings. You only catch a glimpse of it. It's an abhorrent thing that should not exist. You've never seen anything like it in your life, and it immediately swoops down right behind the German pilot as he's swooping on you and latches onto the top of the plane and rips the pilot free in this sort of piping, screeching noise.
Listen, I need to take this picture. I need it.
Did you lose stability just
No,
now?
I did not. I got a
Then
6.
you're not shocked. I
So-
will let you take a picture. The difficulty is going to be 5.
Okay, I'll spend 4 points in photography since I
Okay.
couldn't before.
You angle the camera up.
7.
You imagine the picture you just took would have happened at the same moment you watched this creature rip this poor pilot's head from his body and pull it up into its body as there's a spray as the body is released from the top of this pilot, flopping like a doll from high altitudes and spiraling. You're so horrified by this unnatural thing, this moment of terror, that you barely even acknowledge the spiraling, out-of-control, pilotless biplane that just rocketed past you, nearly clipping your wing and destroying your plane. Eve, it's the same thing. You failed that roll, correct?
I succeeded.
You succeeded?
I passed.
Okay. You managed to hold it together. You seeing this plane, but both of you, just instinctively, your animal instincts kick in as you realize you're looking at a creature that defies all explanation, and it's gone in an instant. It's almost like it recedes back, or if the clouds themselves suddenly reach out with fingers and embrace it, but it's gone. And the only trace that had ever existed was a small spray of blood that has run right across the top of your plane and lined down the tail. And that's when, Roland, you look down and realize this pilot's blood from its arterial rupture has splattered all across your arm. And you look at your camera and see it splattered across, just missing the lens.
Oh, good. All right.
Everyone is flying quiet now. Everyone who's witnessed this. Those of you who did not succeed your stability check, find yourselves shocked and horrified beyond the ability to speak. There's a moment where you're questioning if what you just witnessed really happened. And it takes a few moments for you to actually regain control of the plane. And then there's an instinct, a surging fear. Get out of here, now. Run. Run. To tell you the truth, I've been feeling that the whole time.
All right.
I turn tail.
Turns
Signal.
around.
As squadron leader who failed the stability check, you immediately just... You signal and bank a little too sharply. You see your sister flying a little more erratic than you're used to seeing her fly. Your sister has an elegance to her flying. It's one of the reasons why you wanted to fly. It's like watching a figure skater. But right now she looks more like a hockey player. As she banks to the left sharply, you almost cause a stall, but you manage to recover the plane and kick it into full drive. It's unusual to see your sister not even waiting to see if the squadron is catching up with her. But she's looking back at all of you to make sure you're there. The instinct of everyone kicking in. Eric, it's almost like the plane isn't going fast enough. Bess is angling it as quick as she can, but it's maddeningly slow as it pulls off. And all of you suddenly begin to hear that buzzing sound again. This strange sort of clicking, so loud that you can hear it above the engines of your plane. And down below is a spiraling, headless corpse that impacts violently in a field. And that's where we're going to go to break. The game's just begun.
I need to go lay down for a minute.
I know.
We'll be back in 10 minutes. See you then.
Or will we?
I apologize once again for interrupting your viewing entertainment. But something is coming. A world filled with horrors that will bore into your mind like a drill, twisting and twisting and twisting and twisting until your brain breaks and the whole is filled with nightmares until it consumes you. These are the sagas of Sundry. I am Mr. Wren. And there will be madness.
Oh, it's working! Okay. Greetings, Geek and Sundry. It's your old pal, Whitney Moore. Kind of. I'm in the future now. It is different. It is very different. Most of you did not survive the cyber war that led to the technopocalypse, but I sure did. Luckily, also for me, Alpha's highly advanced server island was able to avoid the drone swarms, so that makes it so I can upload my new show, Thrashtopia, directly to you in the past. Thrashtopia is the only show in the wasteland that has Whitney, weird technology, advanced AI friendships, incredible sound effects, very special or very scary guests, heavy metal, cool art, your past coming back to haunt you, apocalyptic educational videos, and a lot of other cool stuff.
Oh no. Looks like broadcasting to the past is much more than my systems can take. I gotta go, friends. Just be sure to tune into my new show, Thrashtopia. It's starting real soon. Oh gosh, I miss you, friends. I love you. Goodbye. Goodbye. Bunkerbot, cut the stream.
Welcome back to the Geek and Sundry Halloween special. We are playing Trail of Cthulhu. We are coming back into France, 1917, early winter. It's cold, there's war and death everywhere, and our Squadron 150, the Devil Cats, have just encountered their first glimpse of the mythos, that which is never supposed to have been seen or known by human eyes. It happened in combat after you downed successfully, after some incredible flying on behalf of the squadron, which is to be anticipated. But Elaine, our squadron ace, launched down there and gunned down the balloon, completing the mission. Right after which, what looked like could have been the end of you, Roland and Genevieve, as a German pilot nosedived out of the clouds to shoot you all to hell. What ended up happening was a creature, an unspeakable being, a thing, came out of the sky and tore the German fighter pilot out of his seat in mid-flight and devoured his head. We are now picking up with Squadron 150 touching down on the airfield. And you all, as the planes touch down, the wheels hitting the soft soil of the farmland, the airplanes suddenly slowly gliding into their designated parking spots as the squadron sort of like lines up and everyone comes to a stop. You see this big smile on the colonel's face as he's coming out, leaning heavily on his crutch, and he stops and he's waving at everybody, noticing the battle damage to some of the planes, but noticing that everyone's alive and healthy. He seems quite overjoyed and a little confused when he sees each of you begin to get out of your planes, pale, rattled. Those of you who did not fail your stability check, you're able to keep it together. You're able to, like, okay, breathe, let's just figure this out. I can figure this out. But the rest of you, who failed the stability check again? So the three of you, to your core, have encountered something that contradicts everything you know about the natural world. And you have no explanation for why this has shocked you on such a profound level. You know you saw what must have been some kind of demonic dragon-looking like thing up in the sky. Some bulbous, horrible, disgusting mole-like creature that was flying that devoured this pilot brutally in front of you. But it almost is as if the existence, this brief glimpse of this creature is speaking to a part of you that has wanted to never know. And the fact that that voice exists inside you rattles you as well. But it's like the three of you have come into contact and are suddenly aware with how small you all three of you feel right now. You can't really put it to words. And as such, you find yourselves all struck speechless as you're emerging from the planes. Roland, you know what you saw because you saw it twice. You thought you were hallucinating the first time, but when you got the camera shot the second time, you were damn sure because you were looking through a lens. Yeah. Eleanor, as you're getting out of the plane, of all the fighters in the squadron, you are the steadiest shot, and you're watching your hand. It's not the cold. The colonel approaches all of you and says, well, whether you shot the balloon down or not, I'd call it a success that you're all back. How did it go? Let's have it. Debrief right now here on the airfield. I want to know. Is the balloon gone?
Yeah.
The balloon is gone.
Well
Really
done.
good job from Elaine.
Thank you.
Well done.
Keep it together. You're our leader.
I say, are you all right?
You saw it too.
That recognition, you saw it too, once again bringing into sharp focus that it wasn't a hallucination. And there's almost a shared sense of fright that lances up through your spine. A confirmation, the moment she says you saw it too, there's almost this feeling like it could be over your head right now. It could be here at any moment. Did it follow you? You can't shake the image of that pilot. The ease in which his head came clear of his shoulders. And then, the three of you notice it first. Roland, who's staring at all of you, has a stain of blood, dried, going right across his arm. There's an instinct to ask him if he's been shot, if he's okay. You notice it too, Roland, as you're kind of looking down. But that's when you notice that Eve, who's been very quiet, you involuntarily are staring at your plane where the bullet holes are, and you see a line of blood going down the back of the plane. Further confirmation. You were that close to the thing.
It wasn't real, right?
Could be no weapon.
Colonel, I don't mean to be demanding, but I need a small space that I can make completely dark, and I need it now.
Well, you'll have to wait till nighttime. We don't have anything like that here.
Please, have it ready for me.
I don't take orders from you.
Please, it's important.
Colonel.
Got a picture of it.
It's probably best.
Do you have anything that would persuade him?
Sure do.
What would it be?
Let me see.
I'll allow military talk if you've got that as well.
I have cop talk.
That would be military talk in this
Sure.
game. Yeah. Normally it's cop talk.
I mean, I also have some interrogation. I have reassurance.
I would say military talk in this
We
case.
also talk to him.
I'll let
He
you,
knows us.
if you want. So now we can do a cooperative role here. So what if you want, what you can do is, if you want to take point on this, Sander, what you can do is you can give him points. But for every, you have to spend 2 to get 1 to assist him. So if you want to use military talk here to sort of beef him up so he can convince the colonel, you can spend 4 points to give him a +2.
What is the difficulty? It's going to be a 4?
It's going to be a contested roll.
Oh, okay.
Yep.
Couldn't hurt.
Yeah.
So you're giving me +2?
Let's do.
I'm going to spend my 2 points of cop talk.
Okay.
So I have a +4.
All right, tell me what you get.
8.
Sir,
He had a 7. I was certain you weren't going to be able to get that.
Aha!
sir, you've known us a long time. Something's not right. Something's not right, and you gotta solve it.
What
Could be
happened?
something that the Germans came up with.
Did you see something? What
No,
happened up
no.
there?
It
No
could be.
man made that.
There's something out there.
It couldn't have. It had to be man-made. What else? What else would it be?
No.
Wait, calm down. Calm down. Let's all gather in the barn. We'll have a drink. I'll debrief you. You can tell me what you saw.
I need whiskey.
Colonel, this is of utmost importance, and this needs to happen sooner rather than later. Our imaginations are going to run wild. We need photographic evidence, and I believe that I have it. Now I need to develop this film as soon as possible.
Well, as I said before, lad, you're going to have to wait until the sun sets. But once the sun sets, I will see to it that it is treated like the intelligence gathering, whatever it was that you were doing with the camera, that it should be treated as.
I cherish every moment I don't have to look upon it. Let's have a drink.
I need to work on my playing.
Can I use reassurance on my sister?
Sure. Go ahead. 2. You can make the roll, or you can add points and make the roll.
I will add points and make the roll.
How many points you can add?
2.
Okay.
5.
5. Okay. What do you say to her?
You need to get it together right now. You're our leader. We know what we saw, but we don't know what it is yet. You need to get it together for all of us. I'll give you my share of whiskey.
I'll give you back 1 point of stability.
I'll do it for the whiskey.
It's a source of stability.
Your sister, it's almost looking into her blue eyes for a second, you're like, it brings you back. It brings you back to Earth for a second, and you're like, oh, she's there. She's physical, she's there. You've known her all your life. You grew up with her. You used to dip her hair in ink and get in fights with her, and you managed to find some solid footing. You notice that your heart is still pounding in your ears, but
We have to explain it.
you all find yourselves in the barn, and the colonel leads you in, and he goes over and he pours himself what must be his second cup of whiskey for the day, and then he distributes whiskey around. And he is looking at all of you, What happened up there? What did you see? What has gotten you rattled so? Was it a plane? Did you see a Zeppelin? Was there a Zeppelin up there?
It was something which we'd never seen before. It was something, a creature.
Scaled and reptilian.
Bigger than anything.
And it's more than that, than just how it looked. It just gave us a feeling.
It has to be a new weapon, something.
It was a creature. It was alive. And it was the size of a Zeppelin.
Chuckles, you know that we have all flown together. We're past the point of some strange mass hallucination.
It's more than just a feeling.
There's blood on the plane.
There's blood on my arm.
Wait,
Pain in your soul.
good God, man, are you wounded?
I'm not wounded. This was from the creature. It decapitated a man with its jaw in the air.
What man?
Snatched him right out of the sky, a pilot.
A head came flying right at us.
A German.
I thought it just had to be from one of the planes or something, but
At least he's an ally, right? It's not funny.
Let me ask you this.
No.
When we got the call for the observation balloon, 8 miles behind them enemy lines, did they say anything? Was there anything out of the ordinary?
He holds up the message. Says, would you like to read it? There's nothing on there that says except for the location and what the mission is. Read it yourself. He hands it to you. Sure enough, it's just a military order located 8 miles behind enemy lines in anticipation of offensive, and it gives the whereabouts of where it can be located on the map, longitude and latitude.
What was it there for?
There was nothing there.
8 miles behind enemy lines. What was it there for? Was it there for the thing? Did they know?
No, wait, slow down, everyone. There has been rumor that Command is looking to make a push. We've been at a stalemate for 9 months. There's been rumors that Command is looking to push into no man's land. We believe that the Germans may have caught wind of this. If they were setting up an observation balloon, that was confirmation of that fact. They're probably setting up another line in case they're pushed back. That's all I can figure.
It wasn't a lie.
I don't know precisely what it is you're telling me, but you all seemed quite rattled.
It's a flying creature, unlike anything this world has ever seen, and I'm studying them all.
Stripes, we finished the mission. We can go to bed. It's whatever we saw. It either wasn't real or it's something we'll have to deal with later.
It was real.
we all saw it.
It was there. There's blood on their plane.
Well, it's not with us now.
It could be. It could be right up there. It could be right there. We don't know.
I need both Stripes and Bess to make a stability check. And you as well. The difficulty's 4. Mm-hmm. Four? Okay. What'd you get?
No.
2? Okay. You're going to lose a point of stability. Eleanor begins to crack. You see, the reason why I had you roll stability is because all of a sudden, this high-pitched fear that you hear coming from her, it almost incites it in yourself. The idea that this thing could be, it could be here. It could be over. I mean, it came out of the clouds. When she starts raving like that, it all starts to seep back into you, and you find yourself shaken. Okay. And she begins to start slipping away for a second.
I'm gonna roll reassurance.
Okay. Go ahead and roll. Difficulty is still 4.
Oh, damn. No.
So what do you say to her?
Nothing.
You're reassuring her. You didn't succeed.
It's fine. It's probably nothing.
No, it was something.
Probably nothing.
It was something, and it's out there. And as it gets darker, we won't be able to see it if it comes for us.
Can I use sense trouble to tell her whether or not it feels like it's here?
I mean, you can use sense trouble to run outside and look.
Or I could just use reassurance without points.
You could do that.
Okay.
Yeah.
No. Definitely not. No.
There's no reaching her right now. She seems genuinely concerned that death,
Please, Ellie,
an unnatural
look at you.
death, is waiting.
Colonel, 3 more X's for the side of the barn.
3.
The observation balloon. I took out a fighter with Ruby's help, and Bess took one out too.
Observation balloon and 2 fighters? Well done.
Thank you, Colonel.
Help yourselves to the whiskey, and I'll be back in a moment to get the rest of the debriefing. And try to stick to... Try not to include fairy tales in your debriefing when I come back.
It wasn't a fairy tale.
Of course it wasn't. I'm sure that there's dragons lurking in the clouds above France.
It could be an enemy. It could be a German craft. We don't know what it was. We didn't get that good of a look at it.
You didn't get that good of a look at it.
It could be a new type of Zeppelin or something. We don't know, but it was massive and it was terrifying and it decapitated a man.
As a decapitating Zeppelin. Of course, yes. I've heard many stories in the German front of Zeppelins that swoop down out of the sky and bite men's heads off.
Didn't you feel it?
At the very least, even if you don't believe us that it is a creature, you shouldn't be so flippant.
What should I be in the face of such wild tales and speculation?
Bullshit.
It was real. It was there. I saw it. It was real.
Have some whiskey.
It was in the clouds.
It
I
will
don't
be
want whiskey.
fine.
It was there.
Perhaps Roland will be able to provide some evidence.
I'm gonna go start setting up a dark room as much as I can.
So what you know as a photographer is that he's correct. You're going to have to wait until the sun sets.
Sure, but I can get ready.
You can set up a makeshift dark room here, yes, and you do have the materials to develop photos here at the front. Not many.
Right.
So you're only going to be able to develop maybe 3 or 4 pictures, and it'll take some time.
Yeah, I'll work backwards.
Okay.
Thank God you missed that balloon.
No one saw that.
So the Colonel, he pours you all whiskey and leaves you alone for a moment after you basically tell him that the mission was accomplished. And he moves to the side of the barn to add some X's. And to also go write a letter to command to let them know that mission was accomplished. And as he's tying this letter to the carrier pigeon and doing all of these chores, a lot of you are left alone with each other in the barn. In the distance, you still hear almost as if the world is just moving on, still quite focused on killing itself, thundering away in the distance. Who knows how many lives end every time you hear that boom?
I have a theory.
What's that?
You know, I don't believe in a heaven or a hell, but maybe this thing was created by some universal being to tell us what we're doing is wrong, that this war is wrong, and that it's going to devour us all.
Strauss, that does not sound like you.
Could there be no scientific explanation? Some kind of, maybe a biological weapon?
You mean the dinosaur? That thing was not man-made.
We do not know what kind of tech they have.
It wasn't tech. It was alive.
It might a biological weapon of some sort, maybe.
Really
Maybe
think
some
they
kind
have
of
the
hybrid.
capability. There was something. It
don't
reached
know.
into us. Didn't you, Stripes? Didn't you feel it?
Yeah.
It was in there.
In your soul.
And it did kill a German, so...
It decimated a
It's something
German.
that they lost control of. It's not something that maybe it's something they made and then lost control of, and now it's
We don't have
running
the
rampant.
answers now. But we just have to be there for each other. We've got to convince Chuckles not to send any more planes out without more warning.
In the distance, you're all hearing something a little unusual that's not the same thundering. Every now and then you hear the of the big artillery shells being launched and lobbed into the sky. And after a few moments, as y'all are having this conversation, you're starting to hear the which is as pilots, you know, is the sound of flak guns in the distance. Anti-air guns popping.
I think they see it.
It's coming for us.
It's coming up now.
We
Now
saw
it's
it.
going for them.
We took a picture of it. It's coming for us.
So Your front line is where you're hearing this noise from. You're not going to be able to hear the German front from here. Well, if the guns fell silent on your side, you probably would hear the German front. But those are your AA guns going off.
They could just be
Flak.
other pilots.
No, it's out there. It's out there.
Ellie.
It's out there, and it's coming for us.
We
It's
have
all
to do
us.
something.
What can we do?
We can do is
Get in our planes.
No, not in the condition that no. My plane is not in any condition to
Look.
fly right now.
let's just ask around. Maybe the locals have heard of something else like this.
I want to go to bed.
No, I'm not going to bed until I know my squad's safe.
I can't sleep.
I've read every book on any sort of aviary animal you could think of. Nothing like this ever exists that any man has ever
Something we
discovered.
haven't discovered yet.
Sure, yeah, there's infinite possibilities of unexplored
There has to be
territory.
a scientific explanation
It
for
was
it.
so
I want to
big. You
believe
think someone
there is.
wouldn't have seen it until now?
I don't know.
I don't know. Camouflage is a thing.
The world is not that large.
There's lots of things we don't know.
Not something that size.
Plane! Plane! Incoming plane!
I told you it's a plane.
You hear that
not
from
a plane.
outside.
Is there some sort of protocol, something we should be doing to get cover, or
Getting ready to fight.
Can we shoot the machine guns on the planes from here?
You could actually angle, yes. I mean, it's conceivable that you could angle up on machine guns on the plane. You're not completely helpless against the ground, but if it's a
Yeah.
bombing attack, you're in trouble.
yeah?
But you hear the
planes,
colonel
are we
outside
spraying?
shouting.
Enemy planes?
Hop in,
We have a
hop in the
bunker.
He's just shouting, incoming plane.
Enemy?
I run to
He's not
Evie's
responding
plane
for
and
shouting
hop,
back at him.
hop into the gunner seat.
Running outside.
Okay. Instinctively, you all, who's
Right.
running out of the barn? Okay, so everybody, what are you doing? Eleanor,
I don't know.
is she
Wait,
staying
If
inside?
you're staying inside, I'll stay with you.
No, if she goes, I go. I go with her.
So it looks like she wants to go, but she seems to wait until you move, and then that reassures her, and the two of you
Right.
manage to.
Listen, I don't know what that was, but I do know that you're the best gunner that I've ever met, and we need you. Come on.
What is your drive? It is curiosity.
Against that.
Yep. In Trail of Cthulhu, curiosity is what your drive is what propels you forward when you should turn around and leave. It's the thing that makes you lunge forward into the abyss because you want to see what's behind the door, when every instinct in your body is telling you to get the fuck out. And if you go against your drive at any point in the game because it's smart, it will still cost you stability. You are literally going against your very nature, the thing that drives you forward.
I want to see what it is.
I want to see what color it bleeds.
That's my girl.
So as you rush outside, you see, sure enough, it's a plane, incoming plane, and it doesn't take a lot of observation to notice that it is not English. It is striped and checkered and has the mark of the Black Iron Cross along the back, signifying that it's a German fighter, trailing a long column of smoke. Perhaps it's been hit by a flak fire, you don't know, but you're also hearing the engine going like the engine is fighting to stay alive. And you're watching the plane begin to dip. Its tail begins to dip as the engine is able to keep it airborne, but the weight of the plane is dragging it out of the sky. And you are watching, it's getting closer. It's cleared the tree line, and it actually, almost as if it's either caught a gust of wind or perhaps the pilot noticed that there's actually an airfield nearby, but the plane angles suddenly in your direction a little too sharply. Let's see how he does. Okay. Much too sharply. And you watch suddenly, and it stalls. And you watch as it slices down and then does a sharp nosedive about 100 feet. This pilot manages to keep the nose up just barely, but it's a sickening crash. And you watch as this German plane just hits the ground, and the frame just crumples. The wings fold back and the tail breaks and flips over the top. It looks like this plane literally just collapses in on itself as it impacts, dust and dirt kicking up with grass spraying everywhere. And then it's just, and then like a haze of brown dirt beginning to like fall out of the sunlight and settle.
Do you think he saw it?
It's about 100 yards away on the other end of the airfield.
So I'm taking my pistol out.
The general,
Yeah, pistol.
or the colonel, he stops, and he says, you stop. And he says, do you still have that pistol, man?
I do.
Are you going with them?
Yes.
Good man. And he pats you on the shoulder. And he starts going back inside, probably to get a weapon of his own. You are all running out to the airfield. By the time you all rush out there, at the end of the airfield, you see a German pilot crawling out of the plane. From the looks of it, blood coming out of the corner of his mouth, a deep gash in the side of his head. His left eye looks like it's been cut because you've noticed that the goggles shattered on impact. A rookie move. Take your goggles off when you're going down. But then you begin to realize as he stumbles and falls out of the plane, he doesn't seem to be noticing or caring much about his condition. Because he's just saying something over and over in German.
I speak German.
I speak it too.
I do.
You do too, Whitney.
I do too.
Yep. You have languages 1. I checked your character sheet. You do too. There's a word in there that you don't recognize. It doesn't sound German. You're not sure what it is exactly or what its origin is, but you do know the word demon when you hear it. From all the tales that you've read, and he is uttering it over and over and over and over and over. And then you hear him uttering this one phrase that's not German that everyone can understand. Biaki, 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 Biaki. And he collapses into the dirt. When he hits the ground, you realize that one of his legs must be broken from the fall. To be able to crawl out of that plane the way he did, he's either ignoring that agonizing pain, because when he hits the ground, you notice that the pant leg looks fine, but it's soaked in a black liquid, which you must assume is blood, and it's bent at an awkward angle, slightly inside, almost like it snapped at the knee.
All right, let's take him to the medic bay.
We need to take him in, yeah.
Should we move him? I think
Yes.
we need to stop the flow of blood.
He's an enemy soldier. We just need to make sure he's not spying on us.
We need to take care of this injured man.
Right. So we carefully pick him up, take him over to medic.
True to the
search
honor
him.
of pilots back in World War I, you do help him. They called y'all Knights of the Skies for a reason. Helping this pilot back towards the pilot's area, you don't recognize him. And you don't recognize the plane. It looks like just one of the other German planes. You did see that he had 2 kills on his plane.
Search him as we go.
He would have those kills would have definitely been from Squadron 150. So he's definitely flown against you guys before.
He's our prisoner now.
He's not going in.
That's what I was going to ask.
What's that?
If as they're taking it, can we search the plane?
Yeah.
The wreckage.
As they're taking him back, Roland, you and Elaine, or Eleanor, you and Eleanor linger behind for a sec, and it doesn't take any kind of effort to step up onto the broken wing and look inside. You see the picture of a very beautiful woman next to the speedometer. It looks like it's been burned a little bit, an old black and white photo. It's been stuck into the speedometer.
It should be returned to him.
Aside from that, you just see you're getting your first look at the inside of a German airplane. It's quite a design. A little bit more, to be honest, it's a little bit more elegant. Not quite as ragtag as the one you just witnessed, the one you just felt. Not to speak poor of the English airplanes, but the Germans knew how to make planes. You're not sure what model this one was, but the cockpit is mostly intact, even though you can see now that looking inside, it looks like indeed the ground, when he impacted, the speed pedals, everything just kind of jammed up. His leg probably broke upon impact.
I'm going to specifically look for if there's any more of that black liquid, which I assumed was blood.
It's blood. You see blood. It's inside the seat. You can see it clearly now. The red coloration on the leather seat. You can tell it's blood.
Are there any marks, like whatever that thing had, talons?
Would you like to roll an investigative check?
Sure. investigate? What would it be?
Yeah, let's see. So you're basically scanning the inside of the body of this plane to find out if anything had happened to it, if it looked like it took damage that wasn't just gunshots. You know what? This would not be, this would be military talk. Military talk is something you would use to examine other planes, to note your enemy's weaknesses, that sort of thing.
Okay.
So I would say make a check, and if you want to spend points on that, you can.
Okay, what?
And difficulty is 3. So you probably don't even need
4.
4.
So there.
You're just kind of looking down the line of the airplane. This is the first time you've actually been able to see one of these machines up close like this. You've flown against these planes quite a bit. Part of you has admired how nimble they are. And as you're moving towards the back of the plane, yeah. It's hard to tell at first. You think maybe a bullet ripped through the back of the plane, but there is a long tear. And if anyone else glanced at it, I mean, it could just be a tear in a plane, right? The rip in the body of the plane, it could have been anything. But everything in your body tells you. You can almost see those claws on this thing. And then you realize it had claws. You're beginning to picture it again. You're beginning to realize that there were some parts of it that you were starting to block out. Memories, moments, and you see her reacting to the back of the plane, almost like she's spotted the thing again for a split second. And that's when you realize you remember a lot more than you should have remembered. You can remember the sickening suction noise of the head coming clean of the body, that rip, the crack of the bone. You shouldn't have been able to hear that, but it's in your ears. You don't know if it's your imagination, if you're just imagining what it must have been like to have been up and close, to feel the breath of this thing on the back of your neck. And you step back.
Eleanor. What's wrong?
She's standing near what is obviously a rip in the back of the plane from bullet fire.
What did you see? What did you find?
It was here.
What was?
That thing. Whatever it was here. It did this. That demon.
But we saw the plane come down. We shot
saw
at
it. No, we did not shoot this one. No, this was the creature. He was talking about it. He was talking about the demon. This is from its talons.
Listen,
It pulled this down.
I saw it too, when you did, but we can't let this get the better of us.
I'm not imagining it. This is.
I'm not
I can
saying that
tell.
you are, but we can't go placing the blame for everything. This is war. Planes crash. Things happen.
Not like this. I know.
How? Show me.
I can't show you. It's right here.
You see what looks like a series of tears, what is very likely bullet fire, ripping through the bottom of the bat, probably torn from shrapnel, actually, from the flat guns.
So because she's so insistent, I want to do an evidence collection roll.
Okay.
And because I'm trying to convince myself past my better judgment.
Okay. You're trying to be scientific about this.
Yeah.
You're trying to be a reporter here.
Exactly.
Okay, so go ahead and make your roll.
Got to take all sides.
Difficulty will be 4.
So I'm going to spend 2 points of evidence collection.
Okay. So add +2 to your roll.
8.
You don't know why. Everything, looking at this, it just looks like a rip in the back of the plane. It was probably from a flat gun, but every fiber in your being tells you it was not. Every fiber in your being contradicts. It's telling you, your instinct is screaming at you that probably just mere moments ago, the rear part of this plane was in the grasp of that thing. Who knows how long ago, really? But you are staring at an object that came into contact with it, and that pilot probably saw it up close.
Eleanor, I believe you. I'm going to take my sketch pad and I'm going to start, or my notepad, and start making a sketch.
It's frustrating. As you start sketching it, you begin to realize, even as you're drawing it, it looks like a rip in the back of the plane. And the two of you are looking at it. It's almost like the plane is speaking a language the two of you clearly understand, but you know no one else will. And as you're sketching that line across the back, you're starting to dig in as your frustrations grow, and then you both realize what the world is going to see, but they don't know where it came from the way you two do. And inexplicably, both of you know to the core of your being that this was not from flak or gunfire. And you can't explain how you know that.
We need to head back.
I'm glad you believe me.
I do.
Let's go. We need to tell them.
So we're going to get back to the pilot's area. As you bring in this pilot, the colonel comes back with a new revolver, an old officer's revolver from one of the pilots who's been shot down, one of your squadron. Comes back and goes, "My God." And he puts the revolver away and says, "Elaine, you're the only one here that really knows any first aid that can help him. Can you help me set the bone?"
Yes. Do I roll for first aid?
Yep. So he's going to hold him down, and the German is literally just, "Don't. Please, no. You're not even sure what he's saying. The colonel holds him. The colonel whispers to him. He says, "Don't worry, old boy. We've got you. She knows what she's doing." I wish I spoke German.
I brace his leg.
Okay.
I got a 6.
Okay. You brace the leg. You slide the bone back into a proper position, and you hear, "Ah! Ah!" He leans up, and the colonel forces him back down and covers his mouth. And the colonel looks over, and he goes, "Bess, get me the whiskey.
Oh, whiskey?
No, whiskey.
Get the whiskey.
Ah, fine.
You're all right, lad. You're all right. Hold on." And the German nods and takes it, and just with a shaking hand,
Don't spill.
"Thank you." Hands it back. Says, "Oh, so you speak English?" "Little."
What did you see?
Biyaki. The word again. Biyaki. He says it again.
What is that?
He reaches into his coat, and you see the colonel reach over and just gently put his hand on the gun. And the pilot, with a shaking hand, he pulls out what looks like a letter. And the colonel says, "Give me that." Takes it. The pilot just lets it go, and he opens it up. And says,
What is it?
What? Colonel?
Colonel?
he folds it up and says, and he leans in and he says, "What did this to your plane?" And the German just looks at him, doesn't say anything. And he looks at the rest of you. He kind of,
What does the letter say?
you can see it in his eyes.
What does it say,
Colonel,
Colonel?
he saw the same as us.
Well, I guess we can successfully rule out that it was the Germans.
The colonel says, "This doesn't make any sense."
What does the letter say?
It basically says that Ernst Becker is controlling some kind of monster that's been destroying our squadron.
He has a
I don't
note.
understand.
It's a letter. It's orders. Something about using the beasts to destroy our planes.
He took down a German, though.
Maybe it's out of their control now.
So it's exactly what I said earlier.
He reaches into his coat again, and now the general just waits and watches, and you see him withdraw an item. He's shaking hands and he stares at it, and the colonel says, "What have you got there?" And about that point, you all jump as the door comes open, and the two of you enter into the barn area.
Who was that thing?
It was.
No.
Not now. What is that?
He's got something in his hand.
He holds it up for someone to take it.
I'll take it.
Don't touch it.
No, I take it.
Okay. She's gonna snatch your hand. Are you gonna take it? Are you gonna
I'm
fight?
gonna take it with my other hand.
What's that?
I'm gonna take it with my
Okay.
other hand.
Yeah, you reach over and grab it. So you guys wrestle for it for a second.
free
What
hand.
is your drive, Blythe?
Adventure, so.
Adventure. Okay.
I
So
was
the
like,
two of
I'll
you both
take
are just
it.
like, oh, okay. You guys grab it about the same time. I'll let you decide who takes it.
Both look at it.
You've had a rough day. Just let me take it, all right?
I have to see it.
I know, and I will let you.
I have to see it.
Don't touch it
Let's
with your
look
bare
at it
hands.
together.
Probably not best. You've handled this the least well of any of us.
All right. Everyone calm down. Give me the bloody thing.
No,
He quirks an eyebrow at you.
sir.
That is your commanding officer.
You can't. Evie's gonna try and take it and hand it to the colonel.
What?
Are you guys gonna wrestle for it?
No.
No.
Okay, you let her take it. The colonel snatches it away. Says,
Children.
bloody hell.
We're a team.
We are.
God.
What is it?
Some kind of, I don't know, amulet, I suppose.
Amulet?
And he holds it up.
There's an amulet.
It's a strange looking. If there wasn't, there's just enough detail on this thing to make it so it doesn't look like it is a chunk of rock. But against a small brass backdrop, like it's inserted into sort of a brass coin, is a greenish-looking soapstone that's been carved.
Piece of jewelry.
You never see anything quite like it. It looks like it forms some kind of, not quite a cross, but it's sort of like a star-pointed symbol. It's not. It doesn't have the 5 points of a star or anything like that, but it does form into an unusual shape. And upon the sight of this bizarre-looking amulet made of this greenish-looking soapstone, you can't help but feel the sense of its age. You don't know why, but you're aware that you're looking at something completely ancient as he holds it up. He seems to be quite confused as he's looking at it.
Elaine, you speak German, yeah?
We all speak German.
You all speak German.
Well, you just seem to be very calm right now, and I'm wondering if you could maybe try to communicate with him in German instead of English. He might be able to give us a little more information.
Well, I can try, but I'm not really up to interrogation. Is anyone good at that?
I just mean more of a calm
I'll ask him.
conversation.
Let's ask him.
Is this yours? I ask in German.
No, not mine.
Where did you get it?
Belonged to Ernst Becker.
Belonged?
He was using it.
What does it do?
I don't know, but when he had it, is when the thing began to appear.
Why do you have it?
It started killing us.
I know things about soapstone through my knowledge of geology. I could tell you
Who's the
about...
closest to him?
Probably.
Pick.
Probably.
Oh, probably me, because I've just grabbed the amulet from him.
Okay, he reaches up and he grabs you, Genevieve, and he pulls you close and he goes, "There are more. Many more.
How many?
I could not count them.
Where do they come from? What are they?
Why do you have this?
I stole it from him.
Okay, but... Okay,
You can't
so
control it anymore.
Not without this, I don't think. I don't know how he was doing it.
you don't want them to have it anymore, is that... What... Why
This
would
is
you...
not about country anymore.
Are they
And
attracted to the amulet?
He sinks back as the pain and the agitation, it overtakes him, and you see him, his eyes roll into the back of his head, and he falls back.
Struggle, what do you know about soapstone?
May I roll for geology?
Sure. Go ahead and make a roll.
I'm gonna add 3.
All right.
Fairy tales. Right, Chuckles?
That's a 5.
Fairy tales.
If you don't want to go back to a lockup for the rest of your life, you will not refer to me as Chuckles again. Do you understand?
Yes, sir.
The general, or the colonel now is actually judging from the way he snapped at you just now and the look on his face. He's you see he's being...
He's rattled.
Taking it seriously.
There's just too much happening to ignore at this point. A German pilot risked death, flew through a flak field in a stolen plane to crash in an English airfield with stolen property, claiming that there's a thing out there after seeing all of your faces. Like the evidence just keeps piling up, and it's becoming harder and harder for him to disbelieve. Sun is setting. Sun is setting.
Stone roll?
Yeah, so the difficulty on that was 5. What did you get?
5.
Okay. This thing, it looks almost like... It almost bears the resemblance of a multi-point. It's like, it feels like somebody laid the German Iron Cross over and over and over until it formed a multi-pointed star, but then it sort of blends together like maybe it was hammered. It's hard to tell if it's by design or by age, but it looks like it was a small disc-looking object with a more defined features at one point in its history. But there is definitely some vague carving of what looks like serpent-esque or possibly tentacles that are arcing around the inside of the star and forming in the dead center, possibly where a gem used to be, you're not sure, but a pitted area. At first you mistook it for part of the carving itself, but now you're certain that at some point this was probably attached to something bigger. But here's where it gets you, is holding this object, you sense from it a feeling of dread. And there's no explanation as to why. None. There's only the sense that as you're holding this, that it's somehow connected to the thing that you witnessed in the sky. And that this object in your hand has withstood untold eons, beyond the memory or passage of scientific knowledge. From an age probably that predates biological life here on Earth. There's something about this that contradicts everything you know about the laws of nature. Can you guess what I'm about to have you do?
Roll for sanity?
No, you're not at sanity yet, but I'm going to have you roll for stability. Difficulty is 4.
What'd you learn?
This.
Staring at this thing is just causing...
Is you alright? It's... No. 4.
4. Whatever it is, it's unspeakable. And you have no way of really explaining how you know that, but you know that it is something that should not be here.
Lay your science on us.
Don't touch this. We should put it far away from us. This thing.
Let's get rid of it.
It's
No. If it has a means of controlling it, it might also have a means of destroying it.
Wait. All right. How big was it?
Huge.
size of a plane.
A zeppelin.
Biggest thing ever.
A zeppelin.
It's got to be at least a zeppelin.
A zeppelin.
A zeppelin. Huge.
Huge.
So
It's bigger than any plane I've seen.
it was probably a little bit larger. So just out of character, first of all, in character, I love that you're saying it's the size of a zeppelin because
said it was a
I
The size of your plane.
huh?
I thought you said it was. Never mind.
No.
I'm just crazy.
A zeppelin
Don't
is
listen to me.
huge. A
not
zeppelin would be
stable. I don't know
zeppelin
what
would
I'm
cover
talking
the
about.
airfield. It would be so large. We'd be going into Mothra and Godzilla at that point. But it does. But the thing is with the frenetic atmosphere and the hysteria of witnessing the thing, it would be totally reasonable to hear the wild story to come back that it was as big as a zeppelin and that it ripped 3 planes in half. Do you know what I mean? Like there's that sort of like, my God, you have to know what it can do.
It's a size of a plane.
Yeah, it was a little bit larger than your plane, which is the largest plane on the field. It was big enough that you could probably put 2 people on the back of it and fly it just the way you guys fly your plane.
Right.
And as you're kind of recalling all this, the colonel says, "You saw it behind the enemy lines near the balloon."
Yeah.
My God, I think I might believe you.
Thanks.
He said there's more.
So there's a
Well, surely he
lot
was talking
more.
about the amulet, not these creatures, right?
No. That's not the feeling I got from that.
No, unless his grammar's not so good. It
He
sounds
said-
like there's more the creatures.
Colonel, may I see the letter?
Yes, of course.
I mean,
Here.
I certainly hope there's only
Hands
one.
it to you.
Is it, and it's written in English?
No, it's written in German.
But the Colonel was able to read it?
Yes.
Okay.
No. Yes, he was able to read it after saying he didn't speak German. Yes.
Okay.
I'm not kidding.
Someone else dictated.
Cool. So I want to use an evidence collection roll to try to determine anything I can from the letter, either from like the handwriting, like the calligraphy of it. Was it like rushed? Was it ink? Was it pencil? What type of paper was used? Like
As you're looking at it, you're beginning to understand that this is not a normal letter. As it's written in German, you stare at it, but the words, it's almost like you're hearing them without even having to read them. But as your eyes play across the paper, you begin to get the sense that the letter itself is almost like it's speaking. And as you read these lines, you can hear a voice you've never heard of, or never heard before, speaking as if it was your own, almost as if they were your thoughts. And you're hearing this voice talk in military speak. Enemy location, number dead, where to strike. The creatures will be with us.
everything that I'm reading and hearing, I'm going to say out loud.
He begins to speak. You begin to say all this stuff out loud, and the voice is getting louder in your head. And as you begin to speak, you notice that Roland, he holds the letter up and his eyes go wide and he begins to talk, and all you're hearing is Quran Stir Ralia Thorns that you don't. You hear the words Cthulhu Fatagan, and you slap him right across the face. And you're in a barn.
Roland, what the fuck was that?
Yeah, what?
I was reading the letter.
No, you were not.
Those were not words.
Unless you were speaking some weird language that we don't know.
What is self-made?
Demonic,
Listen, staring at this letter, there was a voice in my head, as if it were my own, and I was just repeating what it was telling me.
What languages do you speak?
I speak
How do we know
English,
he's
I
not
speak
a
German, I
spy?
speak Russian.
No.
Why are you really
It's
here?
in Russian.
He was brought in by the higher ups.
I'm here to deliver a story. I'm here for you.
There's
I'm
a
here to find out
crashing sound from the chair next to you. And all of you look over, and the colonel has completely collapsed to the ground. He's fallen over, smashing through the chair.
Cliff, no!
You rushing over to him?
Yeah.
His eyes, he's just Cthulhu fatigue.
Get something soft for his head.
Cthulhu fatigue. You
I pick him up bodily, put him on a bed.
you move him over to one of the benches that's in the area.
I help.
You lay him. Okay. Kind of put him down. His eyes have rolled into the back of his head, and he's muttering the same phrase you
Cliff,
heard
somebody
come
get-
out of Roland's mouth.
Water.
Give me the...
The whiskey is.
Shut him up.
I grab the
Shut
whiskey
him
and
up.
I...
Shut him up. I
Close
don't
my
like it.
head.
Shut him up.
Okay.
I support him. I shove whiskey down his throat.
It pours, and you see it leaking out the side of his mouth.
Cliff, wake up, Cliff.
Who has the amulet?
I do.
You're still holding it.
Put it down.
I put it in his hand.
No.
In his hand?
No, put it down. Just put it down. Don't put it in his hand. Just put it down.
Just making sure he doesn't have it.
I shake him and try to... And I open up his eyes and see if there's
I grab a blanket
any
and
response.
I wrap the amulet inside the blanket and put it in the corner.
You wrap it up, throw it in the corner. It is now in the corner, which is exactly what I would have done in real life if I had been in this situation myself.
I take a thermometer and a
He's-
flashlight and I shine it in his pupil.
Okay. So you get one of the electrical lamps, one of those rare battery lamps that they had in the war. It's this big lantern with this magnifying glass. You hold it up,
Ruby, what's wrong with him?
it activates. You pull his eyes open, and you see his pupils are completely dilated. They don't react to the light at all, and it's just black pools of.
Roland, put the letter
He's
down.
in shock.
It was either the letter or the amulet that did this to him.
Maybe there's poison on the paper.
I don't think it was poison. I think it's whatever.
There has to be an explanation for all of this.
I'll fold
It
it
may
up
be
and set it
beyond
down.
science.
Just on the
The
ground.
words that he's muttering. They're filling you with such a sense of dread. Maybe because you read through the letter yourself, you're not sure, but the words that are coming out of his mouth, they just seem louder to you for some reason.
Just shut him up. Shut him up. Stop him from talking.
All
Do we
right,
have any chloroform or anything to just knock him
Cover
out?
his mouth.
Yeah.
It subsides immediately.
What's he saying?
I don't know, but these words cannot be spoken.
You said it before this happened.
It's from this letter. There's something going on here.
No one else read it.
I take a pair of
we put that with
tongs
the amulet?
and I take it from him
I
and
set the letter on the ground. It's folded.
put it in a different corner.
We'll say this. You move over to the wall where you see a bunch of pictures and whatnot from the squadron. You take one of the sabers that has been put up on the wall, stab the letter, move it over, put it in the corner.
Careful.
Okay, can we knock him out or something?
It won't come off the end of the saber.
Put your foot on it and then.
I'm not putting my foot on it. I like
It's your boot. It's.
I shake it off.
Just stab it into the ground and leave it. Stabbed.
Everyone,
Knock out Cliff.
everyone roll sense trouble.
Oh God.
And a point here.
Nothing.
Five.
Difficulty is
6.
3.
Oh, 6.
Okay. So you're kind of wrapped up in what to do about this
Yeah.
letter. This is, I mean, his reaction.
I'm wrapped up in Cliff.
Right. If I'm not mistaken, isn't Cliff one of your sources of stability?
Yeah.
I'm going to need you to make a roll.
Can I?
So,
Stability.
yes, he is one of your sources of stability. Yep, Squadron Commander Clifford Hughes.
Can I add something to it?
You can spend stability points.
Not worth it.
The difficulty is going to be 5.
There's no way.
Let me put it this way. You don't know how many points you're going to lose if you fail this roll. So it's a gamble here.
I'll spend
I'm
2.
playing kind of a mixture of the purest pulp game.
Rude.
I know. It's Halloween. It's
It
Halloween.
is Halloween.
Oh! 8.
Well done.
Devil cats!
You've seen him pull through. You were there when he lost his leg. He'll pull through this. He'll be okay. The letter's on the other side of the room, but there's a moment where you start. You can't lose him. He saved you from the life that you were living. He pulled you out of that pit. He turned you into a goddamn
I was
pilot.
gonna die in the streets and you gave me a chance. Please, get snap out of it.
You just him. Who succeeded on the sense trouble? Okay, so while she is wrapped up, clearly shaken by Cliff's state, every single one of you realize that it's black as night outside. There is no light coming through the wooden boards of this barn anymore.
What time is it?
It's not even moonlight, though.
It was sunset a few moments ago.
We still have the lantern on.
Yep.
So that's the only source of light.
That's the source of light that you've been using right now. It's one of the reasons why that difficulty check was so easy. But there is no sunlight coming through. Sunset does not just happen.
Right.
I still have my pistol out.
Okay.
I'm not letting go of it. It's ready.
Mine's ready too.
Is this normal in this part of the country?
Not at all. If we turn
Does
off this light,
anything seem normal right now?
Is there a window?
No, not in the barn. Not here.
Is the door open?
No, but it's not locked either. It's easy just to swing it open.
we have to go check. What the hell is going on?
I mean, we
you
might
want to go
be
check
safe
outside?
staying in here.
What about pictures?
What if we just barricade the barn and stay in here for the night?
I can start developing. I need absolute darkness, though. I need to set up a.
The barracks.
I need
The
to
barracks will
look
give you darkness.
inside. What is causing this?
I'll walk with you and check the sky on my way to the barracks.
I'm coming too.
I
You
have
all
to
look
go
together.
too.
We're going to
we
leave.
can't leave Cliff here.
Or the German.
Or the German.
I'll walk you to the barracks to develop your photograph and come
I'm
back.
coming with you.
I have to go.
We need 3 of us should stay and 3
It's
of
my
us should go.
sister. I have to
Okay,
go.
Then
I'm
Abby
too
needs to stay
curious.
here.
No, I'm too curious. Can't just leave it.
This is a hard
I need to know.
decision. If Cliff were here, he would say, I should go.
I'm not saying you shouldn't.
Is there a way we could make a corner of this room dark enough for you?
Not with any sort of
jackets,
light
not with-
source.
No. You're going to need to cover the windows when you get back to the barracks. That's how much darkness you need to develop a photo. You need complete, utter darkness.
Listen, we'll come back with the photo. We need someone here to help.
We need to keep an eye on Cliff and the soldier. We can't let...
You're the only one of us who's good at first aid.
Well, who's
The
good?
squad leads our commander.
We need someone strong that could hold down the German if he comes to and starts trying
I'll
to
be
attack.
here.
You need to be for each other. I have to be here for my sister.
I'm fine.
I
I'm
will
checking in.
go.
I don't
You
want to
keep
put
an
you in
eye on-
danger.
You keep an eye on Cliff, because he's going to need your first aid. And the German, we don't know. He has more information, clearly, but we need him stable.
This is a scout. We don't all need to go.
No, that's what I'm saying. I will go with you two, and they will stay.
We'll stay.
We only need one scout.
We need someone... You need more than one. If there's something out there, you're going to need someone with firearms.
All right, Evie, let's go.
I promise, Eleanor, I'll bring back everything that I find. I have to be in the room by myself anyway.
Fine. Then I'm at least going to stay in the door. Right in the door frame.
Everyone can peek out. I go with you. I want you safe here.
Just
Plus, you have
go.
to look after Clifford.
Go. We
I'll
don't
leave.
have time to be chatting about it.
Okay. Opening the door, you run into a contradiction immediately when the door swings open. Not only is it night outside, but the moon is high enough in the sky where it should have been a few hours before it reaches that position. It's close to 11.
I'm gonna check my pocket watch just to make sure.
You pull out your pocket watch, and it is not functioning. The hands have come to a complete stop, and it stopped at 8:30. When you went into that barn, it was sunset. It takes a moment to even wonder if you're still standing in England, or France rather, if you're still in the same airfield. This doesn't match the environment you left when you walked into the barn. But it's still the same airfield, and at the very end of it, you can see the darkened shape of what was very likely to be a crashed German plane, still trails of smoke coming up from a cooling engine.
Before Roland leaves, I want to take that photo you had from the plane, just in case the German wakes up.
All right. I'll give you the photo of the girl.
Okay, and take the photo.
Ladies, it seems that time has stopped.
This doesn't make any sense.
Or
Beg pardon?
accelerated.
All right. We should keep moving. We'll figure out why time seems to not be working.
We've
Let's
been
get the
through
photo.
a lot. It's probably just passed more time than we thought.
Let's get moving.
We'll head to the barracks and right back.
Evie gets her pistol ready.
Okay.
As does Striper.
It's partially cloudy sky. The stars are quite lovely this evening, although they're starting to look quite less romantic than they used to look to you before. And it's the same inexplicable reason. It's almost the same feeling you got when you looked at that amulet. As you move towards the barracks, the door opens and you step inside. It is quite dark in here, but it looks exactly the way it did when you all woke up this morning and left everything behind. Shuttering the windows and putting cloth up over them, you should be able to get it dark enough. The picture might be a little bit faded, but you should have it dark enough where you can develop these pictures. It is going to be completely black in here.
Sure. I have my lantern that I've modified with red.
Oh, okay. Yeah.
To be able to see at least what I'm doing.
Okay.
I need you ladies to help me cover up these windows, and then I'm going to have to ask you to leave. This is delicate work, and we don't need any tampering of the photos. We need them to be as clear as possible.
On it.
Shouldn't one of us at least stay and keep an eye on you, just
You
in
can
case
keep
something...
guard, but please, I ask for you to do it outside.
Certainly.
Okay.
Let's get to work.
Are you going to lock the door or anything to keep anybody from coming in, or no? Okay. Closing the door.
Yeah.
We'll only come in if it's life and death.
All right.
Thank you.
Close the door. You're in this room. This will actually function quite well as a dark room. You managed to put the chemicals together. Create a little tray here as you plot it out, setting up your lamps. As you kind of wiping sweat away from your brow, you realize it's early winter.
Yeah.
It's cold, and you're sweating. You're just like, it's been a day. Just this morning, if it was this morning, you were arriving at this airfield in a car with a quirky, interesting story to tell. It takes you a second to sort of like,
Just do the work. Just get it done.
okay. You're thinking about your editor right now, who's one of your sources of stability. You're imagining what Percival's going to say when you hand him these pictures. And there's sort of a slight rising of excitement. If you got this shot, my God, what it could mean for the history of science, for the history of the war. And as that excitement is sort of building, you're like, you can finally answer what happened to the squadron, why their numbers have been decimated, who this, and Ernst can be held responsible for whoever he is.
We have proof. We can link him to it.
All of y'all gathered outside. You've noticed that who's standing guard outside the door? Is anybody standing guard?
I'm checking the perimeter.
Perimeter's pretty quiet. Walking. What's that?
I head back. I think he's...
Okay.
There's nothing...
Walking the perimeter, just looking around the place, you guys start to get the sense that everything is very quiet around here. Usually you're used to hearing crickets, but it's early winter, so that could mean that they've stopped now.
That's weird.
It's really quiet around here. It's uncomfortable.
Make a photography check.
And none of my points refreshed?
No.
Dang. All right.
That'd be too
But
easy.
because you rolled so well, I'm not going to raise the difficulty. You beat a pretty solid check when you spent points and took that shot. So you're in good shape to find out what... But this first photo that you slide in, you're not sure which one it is, but
Right.
you put the paper in.
It's difficulty 4.
Yeah, difficulty 4.
Standard. 1.
Okay. You're watching.
Points in one roll, guys.
Yes, the warnings are to be heeded.
Yeah.
So you're looking at this photo, the water sloshing back and forth with the chemical as you're trying to develop it. And you're seeing the clouds, blackened spots, dark images, sort of an arc, almost like a black crescent sort of coming down to the photograph. You kind of angle your head a little bit to the right. You're not sure what you're looking at.
Move on to the next one.
Ooh,
I'll set it
pull it
up to dry.
Hang it up, clip it up to the top. You just kind of slump it over and find a place to like latch it onto, and it hangs loosely off to the side as chemicals drip off of it, and the smell is entering your nose. Very used to this smell. It's a comforting smell. The chemicals going up and kind of burning it a little bit, and you just kind of rub it away and put in the next photo. Make your check.
1. Let's go to jail.
Remind me how many photos you took?
I took 3.
3. Okay. It begins to develop. You see the wing of an airplane, and it looks like a blurred image of a countryside. Those could be clouds. You're not sure.
I'll put it up.
Clip it up. Meanwhile, outside, it's been oppressively quiet, and nothing has happened. The German soldier is still unconscious, and the colonel is just... He's real limp in your arms, and Make your photography check.
4.
4. Sloshing back and forth. And you begin to see an image form. It's clear. A solid picture. A picture of the women of Squadron 150.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, you had to roll that.
I had to roll that.
The future set.
And a small smile comes to your face. But it also is a feeling of sadness because you realize this morning the world was just filled with bad people. Now you're not so sure. Who else is here? And as the chemical splashes over and over, you begin to pull it out, and you clip it up. The dark shape. You stare deep at it. And there's a single point. It looks like it may be overexposed. You're not sure if maybe it didn't get exposed enough. Maybe there's like a piece of grain or something got onto the photographic paper or the exposure itself, and it just didn't develop right there. And you're leaning in. In the barn, all of a sudden, the colonel starts to spasm.
I grab him.
He starts to convulse. You grab a hold of him, and it starts to become violent.
Do I have sedatives?
You have opium.
Yeah, quick.
I give him opium.
Give it to him.
Milk of the poppy? Okay, you pull out what is now considered an archaic syringe from one of the boxes, and
I hold him still.
you walk over. You've only done this a few times. Go ahead and make a roll.
You got this, Rubes.
The convulsions are...
I'll use athletics to... Can I use athletics
Yeah,
to...
hold on. Before you make your
assist?
check, Whitney, she's going to make an athletics check to hold him down because you're about to jam a syringe in a guy who's literally going into a full episode.
5.
5. Okay. Yeah. She manages to hold him down as you slide the needle into the flesh.
5.
Okay. You don't OD him. You get that. You get that opium in just enough, and his muscles instinctively just relax from the opium flowing through his system now. You pull it out. There's a little bit of spurt of blood, mostly because he was jerking around while the needle was inside. Inside that exposure point, you realize you're looking into the iris. You don't remember being that close when you took the picture. But you're beginning to realize that arc, that crescent, is the beak of the thing. And even though you know you were hundreds of yards away, this image almost looks like the thing, when you took the picture, was right up against the lens, looking in back at you. You lean forward, staring into this photograph. I need you to make a stability check.
Happy Halloween.
I'm gonna just spend a point.
Okay.
Ooh. 3. I'm also down to 2 stability.
Are you really?
Yeah.
No. I'm really...
You... You stumble back away from the photos and pitch over one of the sides of the chest that the women had at the edge of their beds. You hit the ground. You all hear a noise coming from inside.
What was that?
The general, the colonel, general, always current general. The colonel suddenly sits stock up. And you see foam begin to gather at the side of his mouth. And he starts saying something. You can't understand it. He's bucking against you. He should have no strength. He has a wild look in his eye.
Don't hold him.
Okay, go ahead and try to hold him, and then I need everybody else to make a sense danger check. Colonel!
I'm so nervous.
Make it.
I'm gonna spend
What'd you
1,
roll?
but it counts as 2.
Well, 3.
3? You're actually holding him. Yeah, it was a contested check. He's not...
7.
Sorry.
7?
I got excited.
Okay. The colonel, first of all, there's no way he should be moving right now. That should not be possible. the episode that he's having and the opium that just went into his system is enough to knock a man out.
Drugs in you, man.
And yet his muscles respond. Are they? You're not even sure how it's possible, but he bucks up, and the look in his eyes, the sheer terror. He doesn't respond, but you see there's a froth gaining at the center of his mouth as you realize that the sounds that are coming out, he's speaking so fast his tongue is not forming the words, and it's spittle that's gathering on the edge of his lips, but he looks desperate suddenly. And who rolled what for the sense?
7.
7. Amidst the shouting and screaming from the colonel, you all distinctly hear clicking sounds echoing outside. For a second, Roland, you think it's the latch from one of the boxes that you just fell over, like clacking against the brass, clacking against as it settles itself again. And for a second, it is click, 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 click.
I stop it.
You stop it.
Roland, are you good in there?
Hey, I'm fine. Don't open the door.
Evie, get inside somewhere.
Roland, we need to.
I don't care. Just get inside.
Do I hear it?
When everyone says get inside, when you hear her shouting get inside, it starts to wait. You know that noise.
Can I see them from where I am in the doorway?
In the doorway?
Yeah.
Who are you looking for? Them. Roland is inside the building.
Well, them.
But yes,
the
those two are
ladies.
out near the house.
I'm not going to close my door until I see them inside somewhere.
You see the two dark shapes of the sisters just about 20 yards away.
Wait.
I ran back inside.
You ran back inside?
Oh, after we left him, she went to look around the perimeter, and I went back.
Okay, so then it's just going to be you.
Blythe.
Yeah.
I'm going to wait until I see her safe.
Roland, are you okay in there?
I'm fine.
Get in.
Don't open this door.
Get in.
We can't leave Roland alone.
Get in there.
Leave him alone. Get inside. Do you not hear the clicking?
Just open his door.
I run back to the barn.
What?
Okay.
Just told me.
Make an athletics check, please.
Let's spend a point.
Spend more than a point.
I don't have that much. Okay.
3?
Yep.
Okay.
I'm ready. I'm going to chase out there.
Near the door.
I'm right in the doorway.
So you're in the doorway.
Yeah.
You're shouting for her to come back.
Yeah.
Okay. What are you doing in the doorway? You're just ushering her to get back inside. Mm-hmm. The door goes. You go pushed back. You go slamming back. Whoever's behind you, which I believe.
Yeah.
Yeah. You slam into Bess as something shoves the door closed with such a force that you leave the ground.
No.
The world around you completely tumbles, and for a split second, everything has gone mad. You don't know where you are. You all watch as the door slams closed with such a force that it sends her hurtling a good 10 feet. She goes clearing the German, smashes through Bess, and crashes against one of the bar areas in the back, hitting the floor. I need you to take 4 points of health damage.
Okay. As soon as I can, I'm going to bolt back up and go to the door. I'm not going to leave her out there alone.
What does that bring you at for your health? It's a pulp
11.
game, so you guys get a little more health. 11?
I have a lot of health.
Okay.
ready
Your
to take
flight
some hits,
jacket, the insulation, the fur lining to keep you warm in these planes was actually enough to sort of deaden the blow as you impact against hard wood. And smacking into it, it's actually kind of sobering. For a moment, when that clicking sound came in, you felt that rising hysteria coming over you again. Must have been a lot like getting slapped across the face, because when you hit the bar, you were, you get back up, rushing over to the doorway. You run up against it. What are you doing? You shoving it open? What are you doing?
I want to try and get it open.
It swings open.
Where is she? Can I see her?
Evie?
There's no one there.
Where the...
I've run outside to look for Evie.
Me too.
You all run outside? Who's running outside?
I strap down Cliff.
I'm staying with the Colonel.
Okay, you stay with the Colonel. So you two,
I stay with him, and I run out with her.
you walk outside? Okay.
No, I stay with
You stay with your girl?
Ellie.
So that's 2, and then you as well?
Yeah.
Okay, so the 3 of you moving outside. You see a deep indentation in the soil. You don't even have to roll to catch it. It's difficult to describe. It almost looks like somebody drew like a giant water tanker, like maybe like a big metal tank or something, got dragged across the ground so hard, it's so heavy that it caused this indentation, this sort of stripe, this like dig out, this scar that just kind of runs across the soil right where she was.
Can I run inside and grab the blanket with the amulet?
Run back into the barn.
Mm-hmm.
You turn around and run back into the barn. The blanket is right there. You pull it open and there's the amulet and all its disgusting wretchedness.
Eve?
What are you doing? I don't know. What do we do? Evie's gone.
Eve? Does it look like it might have been one of the planes?
Huh?
Are all of our planes there?
The planes are on the other side of the barracks.
Oh, okay.
You can see the the rudder of one of the planes towards the back.
Clicking?
What's that?
You still hear the clicking.
You hear nothing outside now.
What's going on with the colonel?
Genevieve!
The colonel's staring straight up at the ceiling, and he's just whispering,
I go outside and I thrust the amulet forward.
What are you doing?
I don't know. Heavy?
You hold it forward, you realize your hand is shaking. What are you doing, Roland?
All right. This picture has really shaken me. I'm going to light it on fire.
You reach down and pull out a matchbook.
Yeah, matchbook.
Catches the flame. You touch it. I mean, there's hardly anything more flammable than this.
Yeah.
The room lights up. The string that you had it tied to immediately snaps, and the pictures sway and fall, hitting the ground.
How do I feel?
You feel like it's looking at you.
Still.
You feel like it sees you. You turn. It's so dark in here.
Yeah.
The only light is coming from the small flame and the red glow of the lamp, casting a hellish gaze over the entire area. This room with pictures of dead pilots on the wall, and the flickering of these flames, the shadows playing across the ceiling, and for a brief moment, in the darkness, you think you see a man standing about 10 feet away from you.
Who's there? Who are you?
He doesn't say anything. He's about maybe 6 feet tall. You do think you make out what looks like a fighter jacket that he's wearing.
Who are you? What are you doing in here?
He starts to lumber towards you.
I pull out the gun.
You pull out the gun.
Stay back.
Your foot steps over the flame of the pictures as the fire begins to catch, and you're back up against the wall, and coming into the firelight, you see a man whose eyes have sunken back into his skull.
I reach over to the chemical tray and splash it on him.
Most of it gets in his eyes, and he stares at you unblinking as this chemical splashes across his face.
And I try to move the fire towards...
He starts saying something to you, and he lifts up his hands. You see blonde hair, probably. Something on the side of his face is not right. Something actually bulging out of the left side of his mouth. You don't get a good look at it. At first glance, it might be what looks like, if you didn't know any better, you'd think a gargantuan ant was trying to escape from the inside of his mouth.
Ugh.
That or the incisor that's popping out from the inside of the lips belongs to him. Either way, it looks like it's trying to gain purchase, or perhaps it's curious about the face that it's protruding from because it's scraping around at the top of his lips.
Light it on fire!
Okay, you splash more chemical, and he just kind of tilts his head as he lumbers towards you, and you grab the fire and throw it at him. you all hear screaming from the inside of the barracks.
Right.
I'm going there.
I'm going.
I'm going there.
You all charge out.
I need to know what it is.
Point left
Stick
the
together.
colonel to go get my sister.
Okay.
Stick together.
Elaine, stay with me.
Okay.
So we all go
You all go.
stealthily.
All right. Running out. What are you doing?
Seeing, does he catch on fire? Like, is he burning?
What's your stability at?
2.
It was at 2, and you failed your stability check.
Oh my
I
god.
did.
So I'm going to be okay.
Slide everything.
So you are now what's called shaken.
Yeah.
Your stability is going to drop to 0.
Oh, damn.
This is going to add to the difficulty of everything you're doing, but you are officially to your core, Roland. This is an abhorrent abomination that should not exist. And no human eye should lay upon what you are staring at now. This thing is a cross between something abominable and a human being. It's unnatural to its very core. And you have no choice but to flee.
Okay.
You, as you're all running towards this, the barracks, the door flies open, and you see Roland come running out with the flames just rolling behind him.
Go.
I'm very good at fleeing.
Okay, you run out the door. You see Roland come running out.
Can we try and put out the fire? What have you done?
no. The fire is spreading up all over the walls.
What have you done?
There's a monster in there. There's something else. It's another one of those things.
Then
It's,
leave it.
There's
Let's go.
nothing in there.
Let's go back to the barn.
Is there
We need
anything
to
in
get
there?
out of
Can I
here.
see anything through the fire?
You see the barracks just looking into the doorway. It's a chemical fire that's spreading all over the barracks. All you see is an inferno that's starting to roar quickly throughout the entirety of the building.
If this building lights a fire, so will the barn.
Right.
Is there water or sand we can throw?
There's no water here.
Sand. Any sort of
There's
fire measures.
dirt. There's no sand. Typically, an airfield like this, no one's going to worry about fires because if anything happened, it would be from a bomb, right? So there's really not a fire department. You do have some water reserves, but that's not going to be enough to put out a chemical fire that's now starting to erupt in the inside of the barracks.
Is
What
Evie
have
with
you
us?
done?
No,
Where's Evie?
we can't find her.
The thing took her.
We don't know that. She's just gone.
Evie! Everyone back in the barn.
are they connected?
The barn?
Yeah.
No.
I
The
s-
barn's about 20 yards away from it.
Is there
So if-
an alarm I can sound?
There's a bell, yes.
I send the bell.
Okay, you rush over to the bell. It's about 10 yards away. You run over to it and say, ding, 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 ding. The air raid bell starts going off. This bell was mostly used to alert the squadron of an incoming raid. Banging on this bell is making all kinds of a ruckus noise out in the night. How long do you want to do this?
Until I know that the rest of the barracks can hear it.
There's no one else in the barracks.
Oh.
No, what
What about the assistants?
Oh,
Yeah, we're
aircraft.
all of the young boys.
Aircraft.
there was nobody in the barracks when you went inside.
Oh. Then I
You wouldn't have rung the bell?
wouldn't have rung the bell.
Yeah, no. The privates that man the airfield, you haven't seen them.
Everyone back in the barn.
At
One
least
at a
not
time, we'll keep watch for Evie.
Is the barn close enough to barracks to catch?
20.
Conceivably if it spreads through the grass, but right now it's safe.
All right. Let's go back in.
Are there any other buildings?
Nope,
the
just
barracks and the
the
barn?
barracks in the barn, really.
The tent.
There's the colonel's tent, which is open. You can see inside clearly, especially with the firelight starting to gather.
Does he have a Morse code?
Yes.
Morse coordinator?
Who's coordinator?
So let me know what you guys are doing now.
All
I would like to go
we're
to
going
the-
back to the barn. Send them a message.
I'll run to the
Just
tent.
tell them there's a fire.
I'll just send an SOS.
An SOS. Alone. Oh god. Oh god.
I'll go with her.
I tap out an SOS, trying to do it as quickly as possible,
Okay.
but I do it like 5
So
minutes.
you're running. So you're going to the tent while everybody else goes to the barn.
No, I'm halfway between the tent and the barn.
Yeah, one
I'm not
person
gonna
should always
leave
keep watch.
her.
Keep watch for
Yeah.
Evie.
Not
I'm
gonna
looking
leave her
for Evie.
outside.
I'm going back in the barn.
So we're splitting the party.
Oh well, no.
No.
No!
We had.
I'll
just for,
I'll
like,
stay where
5
everybody
seconds.
else is.
No, we had
I don't
that
want to
for
be
bomb.
alone right now.
Okay.
Come on. Let's
So
go
I
to
need,
the
to, I
ball.
need to know who's going where, who's by themselves, and who is not by themselves, where everybody's going.
I'm looking for
Elaine,
Evie.
come with me.
Okay.
Elaine, Ruby, McKillicuddy, you stay with me.
I can't. We have one of our party members is gone. We have to find her. It's our duty.
Alone. We have to keep watch, but we have to send an SOS.
We'll find her. We'll find her.
You two watch the Colonel from the barn doorway. Make sure this one doesn't start any more fires.
I go with Striper, and my back is turned away from her so that I can look for Evie
I'm
if I
gonna
see
stay
her.
back in the doorway of the barn, but I'm going to keep it propped open with a foot.
I'll follow.
It's probably
barn?
going to
Start
break my leg.
The two of you are going to look for Evie?
We,
gonna use Morse code.
She's coming with
you.
me to the tent to do Morse code.
And you two the three of you are going to the barn to keep watch?
I'm going to the barn, and we're gonna start packing up in case we need to evacuate.
Okay. So we'll do this first. You run over to the tent. The Colonel's tent is wide open. It looks like it was in the state it was when you all first arrived here from the mission. But what you see is one of his chests has been torn asunder. It looks like it's been ripped open. Personal effects are spread out to the ground, but you do see the Morse code, the Morse code machine right there. You also see 2 carrier pigeons just sitting in their cages.
I quickly scribble a note to the closest English compound for the.
I mean, the carrier pigeons will know where to go.
They'll know where to go.
Yeah.
Yes. Help us.
SOS.
SOS. What do we say?
Fire.
Yeah. fire.
Immediate danger.
Yeah. Send
But proceed
heavy
with caution.
reinforcements. Proceed with caution. Sure. I write the same note on 2 pieces of paper, attach it to 2 different carrier pigeons, and open the cages.
Okay. You attach to their legs. The moment you open the cages, the carrier pigeons, they, whether they're propelled by duty or terror, you're not sure, but they bolt out of the tent. And while this has happened, back in the barn, a lot of you get to the inside of the barn, and when the doors come open, the 3 of you freeze. The German is laying on the ground where you left him, but a pool of blood has formed around the upper part of his body. And standing over him, as if both of his legs were still intact, is the Colonel with the saber in his hand. And he has lazily dragged it across the throat of the German pilot, who's staring straight up with his mouth agape. The German, it looks like he died with his hands raised up. And the Colonel begins to slowly turn towards all of you, and you see his eyes have rolled back into his head. Whether he sees you or not, you don't know. But he's not using a crutch to stand.
I don't know.
His leg is missing from the hip, and he stands like it's there.
I'm gonna push
He
the
pivots
pistol to you.
unnaturally, saber in hand, and he does the exact same motion you saw inside the barracks, where he kind of tilts his head and extends his hands outwards, and blood is just dripping off the sword. I need everyone to make a stability check, especially you. Everyone, this is a difficulty 5, except for you. This is going to be a difficulty 6.
Oh, Bernala. Bernala.
I have 4.
Oh, shit.
Burn 2.
Burn 2.
Then I'm.
2 points of stability.
But that means I'm.
That means you run the risk of losing a lot, but it also means you have a better chance of making this roll. So go ahead and make the roll.
4.
Okay, 5? Okay. What shatters your nerves more than anything of what you're seeing right now is the scream from Bess. Your chest feels like it collapses on itself. It's the Colonel, or it was the Colonel. It's a hollowed abomination of a man, and in one hand is a saber, and in the other hand, open and almost like a shrugging, childlike gesture, you see engraved on his palm is the image that was in that amulet. It looks like it's burned into his hand. And he shrugs outward, looking at all of you with almost like a marionette puppet, just kind of. And you watch through the screams of your friend as his foot leaves the ground and steps. And he moves forward. There is no other leg. His foot leaves the ground and he steps again, moving towards you slowly, as the man did inside the house.
Take the pistol. You're the best shot. You need to take this.
Bess, you're going to lose 3 points of stability here, including the 2 you sacrificed, so that's a total of 5.
I'm at -3.
You're at -3. You two are now shaken, same as Roland. Roland, you are desperately trying to keep this together right now. She's inconsolable. She's screaming. Roland's, take the shot, take the shot! He's handing you the gun. What are you gonna do?
Take the shot.
You snatch the gun, make a firearms check.
Five.
Roll that 6-sided again. And add +2. You're at point blank range.
4.
The colonel's head pops like a balloon. There's an explosion out the back of his skull, and his head pitches back, and he promptly hits the ground. And the screech, you both hear it. It's a noise you've never heard come out of a human being before, but it's the sound of someone whose heart has been torn out. It's the scream of Bess watching the colonel die.
We have to keep sending these messages.
Do you have the amulet?
It's in my hand.
What's it doing?
I don't know. I pick up a handkerchief and I wrap it and keep it in my hand.
Okay. You unwrap the handkerchief
I pick one up because we're in the tent. His
Right.
tent. I find some article of clothing.
to put the amulet in?
colonel's. Yeah, I don't want it in my bare hand anymore.
Okay. You stop and you look at it, and the amulet has some kind of black substance covering the top of it. You're not sure what it is, but it wasn't there before. And as you kind of look at it, it almost looks like it's blackened.
Look at this. It's changed.
Drop it!
I drop it.
It flakes off. You could swear you smell burning flesh on the amulet. You could swear you smell burning flesh.
That's not right. Do you smell that? We've smelled that before in the air.
What is that? What is that? What is that?
Flesh. That's
You guys hear it very loudly from the back of the barn. Your screaming stops, and you hear this moving, and you watch the wall. Almost as if something large has brushed up against it, and you hear.
Draw my pistol.
Can I try and reassure her?
Actually, yes, but you're probably going to need to make a stability check at this point, because we're reaching a point where every single one of you, you're fighting the instinct to run. So go ahead and make one more round of stability checks.
What is the difficulty?
The difficulty here is 5. I know, it's Sagas of Sundry Madness all over again for you, isn't it?
96, baby!
Nice.
7.
1. Okay, what'd you roll? Genevieve, I need you to make the roll too.
Okay. Stability?
Mm-hmm. Okay. Elaine, you're able to keep it together. But the rest of you, every instinct in your body says you are mad for staying here. Every instinct in your body is telling you to either run into the woods, get into a plane, Get away. Run. Run for your life. All except Bess, who has gone completely inconsolably mad with grief. The sounds of this thing and the clicking noises. It's involuntary. Your head goes to your hands. You can't stand. You don't know what's happening. You don't know why this has happened. Is the colonel really dead? Are you hallucinating? It's just too much. The overload. She stops screaming and goes completely quiet, and it's more terrifying than watching her shatter. It's somebody who's holding it in, because if they don't, they disintegrate. She is on the edge, the brink, and at this point is borderline catatonic with terror. And when you speak to her, shake her as this barn shuffles to the side, you can tell she is not hearing you. And there's a stink that begins to come from the side of the barn. From the tent, the two of you see it. Looking back towards the barn is a large bulbous shape. Reprehensible, not altogether crows, nor moles, nor buzzards, nor ants, nor vampire bats, nor decomposed human beings, with jagged, bladed mouths, and a cold reptilian-like eyes whose frigid gaze hint at a terrible intelligence. A freakish biological construct of fiendish nature, incomprehensible to the mind of any sane human being familiar with the laws of nature. It stands close to the size of the barn itself. It is unlike anything you've ever heard of. And it shuffles with a curiosity. And you hear that clicking noise are actually all of its joints as it moves. As it steps. This chitinous sort of like sound as this lumbering creature, this hawkish-like face, moves slowly, almost out of a nightmare, towards the entrance of the barn. If the people in the barn do not run now, they will never run again.
We have to distract it. Scream. Is there whiskey? Is there cloth?
In the colonel's tent, yes.
Is there a light?
Oh, yeah.
All right, let's do this. And make the thing.
All right. Wrap it around. You hold it up. Your sister lights it. Lights up.
We have one chance at this. You can do it. I throw it as far as I fucking can in the other direction.
It goes sailing out into the grass of the field. Instantly, a column of fire erupts around the tall grass. Even with the winter cold, the fire, this grass has been dead for some time, crackles up. You don't know if that was... You almost realize how merciful the darkness was because you couldn't see the detail on this thing. But now that the orange flames have sort of lit the night, you're catching a glint in the eye of this thing. It pulls up and angles back towards, looking out at the fire just over you in the opposite direction. And for a split second, your breath catches as you think it might be staring right at you. But it has been distracted. The lumbering outside, the dust from the barn is shaking, has stopped for a split second, and you hear the roar of flame and a shattering of glass.
I grab her and I run.
I'll follow. If they're taking off, I'm taking off too.
When the three of you leave the barn, everything in your body, everything in your mind and your soul tells you, do not look behind you. Do not look back. Who has curiosity? If you refuse to look back, you will lose stability.
I need to look back. I need to report this story.
If you look back, you will roll for stability.
Go. All right, I'd rather leave it to chance than take the penalty. The Western Daily Press
Lose 1
needs
point of stability
Okay.
as you,
That's fine.
for good reason,
Not gonna nope.
blessedly, Bess, your mind, your state right now, there is no impulse to look back either way. You're not really aware of being moved. You're just going along with it. You feel the familiar touch of your lover as she's sweeping you away from the barn, but you're vaguely aware of what's happening around you right now. All you feel is a growing pressure in the back of your head, almost as if you're trying to force down the most severe of headaches, like you're trying, like the pressure in your head, the rush, almost like those fits of crying where you've cried so much that your head is hurting, pounding behind your eyes, except no tears are coming anymore. It's your whole body just feels frozen and you're being led along. You look back, I need you to make a stability check. Difficulty is 5.
Inquiring minds want to know.
What mind?
1.
You see the eye, the one you saw in the photograph, the one you saw inside the skull of that soldier, that man who was inside that barrack. You see that reptilian cold eye, that alien eye, that intelligence that does not belong here on Earth, of something that predates all mankind. A predatorial creature from the stars that should never be, stares back at you. And for a moment, this morbid moment, you almost want to stay. But the animal instinct in you tells you that you are but prey. Not just prey, but nothing in the sight of this creature. You, as y'all are running, it's a stumbling run for Roland, who looks back, and you hear a broken cry escape from his lips as you take 3 more stability loss.
Can I grab him too?
Yeah, because he starts to slow down.
I want to pull him.
I'm at -3.
-3, okay. It is like a moment where you gaze into the abyss. And for a split second, you almost feel your sanity slipping away from you until you feel another hand grab you and start pulling you along. They were smart and they ran. You see them getting away from this thing. It does not give chase, but it does look quite interested as its neck cranes around and watches them go. This buzzard-like beak as it kind of angles down. It's almost more terrifying to think of what it's doing. Like any predator, it's not giving chase. Is it not giving chase because it doesn't have to give chase? You don't understand the behavior, but the thing watches them run. And again, as it shifts, a cacophony of...
Ruby, the planes, they're our only chance to get away. They're the only thing that's fast enough.
How close to the planes?
You could run. You've got a burning building you could run behind.
Do we take the amulet?
What are your drives?
I'm taking it.
Duty.
What's yours?
Thirst for knowledge.
You've seen too much. This thing, the things you've experienced today, this evening, everything. There has to be a reason for this. And these people couldn't have died in vain. And think of all the sisters you've lost to this thing. How did the German control it? What does this amulet mean? You can't... This could be your only chance in understanding it. You can't leave the amulet.
Stripes, leave it. Leave it. Stop it. Get in your plane. I take it. And I wrap it in cloth first before I pick it up.
Okay.
As much cloth as I can grab.
Okay.
And then I stick it in my flight jacket.
You grab one of the colonel's jackets. You just kind of wrap it into that. You watch your sister, this sort of hungry look in her eye as she has to take the amulet. She wraps it in this jacket and she cradles it.
It's too powerful to leave here. We can't. We don't know what it does. What if it falls into the hands of the Germans?
We don't know if it's gonna follow us.
I'm telling you now, the longer you delay, the higher the difficulty of your escape.
Let's go.
We run.
Make an athletics check, everybody.
I add 4. Oh wait, no, that's a occupational skill. So
Can I switch to add for flee to flee?
I'll let you do
two.
three, yeah.
I also have to do this.
It's doubled.
1 second.
It's doubled?
Whatever you spend is doubled because it's an occupational skill.
Okay, so I add 2, and that makes
Plus 4.
I'm spending 3 flee points.
Okay. Okay.
5.
Tell me what you get.
6.
5.
Okay. Wow, everyone did great. You all run to the planes. Scrambling up, you throw the jacket overboard. And as you're pulling yourself up into the plane, Roland, you're like, I can't,
this
there's
thing.
not enough. But as you pull yourself up into the plane, you see Genevieve in the pilot seat of the plane, curled up on herself, keeping as quiet as possible. She looks up at you and startled. You see Roland. Roland looks pale and horrified, but there's a moment of reprieve when he sees you, sees your face. And then the cacophony again.
We need to leave. We need to leave now.
Who's starting the motors?
Do I snap?
You gotta start. You gonna run over there?
Do I snap out of it enough?
No. You are. You could try snapping out and try
pilot?
flying, but you're gonna be at a major penalty. You're gonna be at a negative.
To pilot?
Yeah.
fly.
To do anything. Right now, you're at a -3 penalty.
She can. I'm fine.
You're gonna put her in the gunner chair.
Yep.
Okay.
If she's piloting, does that mean I have to start the propellers?
No, she's starting the propellers. She helps you into the chair. Everybody, who's running to the propellers to start the planes? I need to know.
I am, since she has her arms up with the thing, so I go start them.
Okay.
But then, can 2 of us squeeze into
Can we get in the
a
same
single
plane?
plane if we had to?
There's only 2 two-seaters.
Oh, you can get it going and then take off.
Yeah, you
Okay,
can
great.
start up the motor, but then you have to run over and get inside because there's no the brakes. The brakes are actually no. The brakes would be on. You'd have to pull the wheel brakes out.
Okay.
So yeah.
So one of
But
us
then
has to
then it's
do
running and jumping in the plane.
the other person's
I do
first
it.
and then our own and then run and jump.
Okay.
You don't have to.
Yeah.
I could do it. Okay, I'll get in.
Okay. So
Where's my
for everyone who's starting up the plane, raise your hands. Who's starting up the propellers? No, you. It's gonna have to be you, Roland.
Okay, you're gonna have to talk me through this.
So you guys make. I'm gonna say make piloting checks. What's your piloting, Roland?
1.
You've got a 1.
I got 1.
Well done. You wouldn't have been able to make this roll if you didn't have a dot. Well done. So spend it is what I would say.
Yeah.
So go ahead and make your check. The difficulty is 4.
I've never been in an airplane, but I've read plenty of airplane books. The difficulty's 4.
Difficulty's 4.
Natural 6
Okay.
with an 8 with my plus.
Who rolled? You got a 3. Okay. Did you roll?
Ruby.
Pilot.
You're starting your sister's plane first? So you spending any points?
4?
Yeah, it's straight 4 unless you spend points.
Okay, I'm gonna
Spend some.
You're
2
starting
points.
up your sister's plane first?
Yes.
Okay, you're gonna spend 2 points, so add 2 to your roll.
6 plus 4. Plus
The
2.
engine kicks in. Your engine kicks in. Eve, you're staring at Roland as he's trying to get this engine going, and it's not going. And you watch this creature come, and you see that deep indentation is from its bulbous body dragging along the earth as it starts moving towards the planes.
Inside.
Can I help?
All right, I'll get in.
You'd have to leave your plane, and you're piloting it. Right now it's started up. If you want to run over and help, you can.
I'm still out of my plane, right?
Yeah. So let me tell you this. If you run over to help start Roland's plane, you're going to have to make a mad dash back to yours, start it, jump in, and fly. So you can do it, but it's going to be tricky.
Can I start her plane while she's going over to help Roland?
You would have to jump out of your plane and run over to start hers.
Yeah, but the propeller's going, but I could hop back in and it would still be going.
Listen,
If I'm fast.
Somebody was going to have to remove the wheel brake. Otherwise, the plane.
I'll do it.
So the wheel brake's
Okay.
basically already off mine.
So you pull the wheel brake off of her plane, and then move over to Roland's.
No, I just.
Otherwise,
just
she
go
can't. She can't. Nobody can move with the wheel brake, with the blocks in front of the
I
wheels.
pull the wheel brake off.
You're-
What the fuck are you? No.
I have to.
Elaine!
All right.
Okay, I go.
Roland, you see Elaine running over to you.
What do I do? What do I do? How do I get this to start?
I use 2 points.
Roll it.
It's a +4.
Can I assist?
Which is a +4. Thank you.
You won't need to. Let me put it this way. You might need to jump in the plane here.
Copy.
5.
5. Okay. You see she expertly just snaps it. And you see the engine start up. You climb up into the plane.
Thank God.
You settle into
the back.
The back, yeah. Genevieve, you feel the comfort of that engine starting up. You see Elaine out of her plane pulling the blocks away from your wheel. And you hear her sister shouting after her as her plane is like... You hop into the plane as well. Bess is completely inconsolable. Hopping in, the plane begins to pull away. Elaine, you're running over to your plane. You're very aware that the squadron is moving away from you right now. This thing turns its attention to you as it notices you're the one plane that's not moving. You rush over. You've got to start the engine and get the wheel blocks off, hop in, and get the fuck out. So I need you to roll again to start this engine.
All right, I'm going to use 3 points.
Okay.
6.
Okay. The plane starts up easily. With a roll like that, it takes no time to just start the plane up. You rush over and pull the blocks off. You climb up, get into the pilot seat, and throttle forward. And the plane immediately usually you ease it when you're moving forward, but your instinct, you need to get out of here. You immediately push it forward, and the plane just hits the bumps. All of you go into formation and begin racing along the runway. Squadron 150 at full speed headed towards the tree line. That fucking German plane landed too close to the end of the runway and is blocking the takeoff zone. So I'm going to need pilot checks from all of you to try to pull your planes up into a flying pattern. The difficulty here is going to be 6.
Oh my God. I spent 3.
6.
Which equals +6.
6 because the speed in which you're going, the fact that you're all crowded together.
It's doubled?
It's doubled.
And I can't.
It's your
So,
job.
no. Whitney, you're going to be a bit behind them, so the difficulty for you is only going to be 5. But everyone else crowding together, you need 6s to take off and not...
Okay, I spend 2, which is 4. +6. Yeah, I have a 10.
The planes... And as all of you look back, you watch in horror as Genevieve's plane does not clear the wreckage. Roland, you and Genevieve collide. The bottom of the plane rakes against the bottom, and your plane pitches left. It pitches so hard that the wing braces against the ground, and you see it snap, and the plane literally somersaults into the tree line. And looking back, you watch this thing moving towards the tree line before you pull away and it leaves the light of the fire that's now engulfing the barracks.
Can they see me at all if I signal?
Yeah. In the dark, you'd have to roll for it.
I want to signal to them that we're going to go back and we're going to shoot.
I'm going to tell you right now, none of you are going to notice it because everyone's stability, the instinct to run. You want to signal back?
I got stability for days.
Yeah. You can circle back around if you want.
Yeah.
Duty.
Okay, you break away. You see the fire has completely engulfed. It's completely engulfed the barracks, and it's starting to spread across the field. It's already starting to catch the colonel's tent. As you're banking around and looking down, you see no sign of the creature or their plane, except for the small fraction of the wing that broke off. And the forest looks completely dark. You just see a scar where this bulbous body has been dragged across. And at second glance, you look up and there's a shadow, something stepping out of the doorway. And you kind of glance down. There's a man who just walked out of the barracks, which is an inferno. He's blonde, from the looks of it. A low flyby reveals he's wearing a German flight jacket. And he's looking right back up at you. And you see him slowly raise a black and white picture of their squadron. You recognize it instantly. And his smile on his face, and he just, the same motion as he holds it up. And your plane finally looking behind you, and the fire just continues to roar. There's no sign
Of anyone?
of Roland or Genevieve. There's just the wreckage of the plane at the end of the field and a drag mark where the bulbous creature's body was. As you bank back around, he is gone.
And my sister?
Your sister and everybody else is taken to the skies. Everybody is escaping as you lag behind.
I trust that she's circling back around just to see.
I can't. I have to check for them.
There's no sign of them. There's just pieces of plane where they cartwheeled. And most of it looks like it's been pulverized underneath the body of a creature that moved over it.
I can't land my plane.
You could try, but the runway is short and most of it is on fire now.
I go to the sky.
He also.
It just sinks in. It sinks in. And you have to accept it. And it takes all of your strength to hit the throttle. But you turn forward, looking away from that nightmare landscape, and you throttle forward. And Squadron 150 leaves the airfield. In the coming years, there's going to be a lot of questions about what happened that night. And a lot of your commanders assumed that you all had a night of revelry of some kind. But as emphatically as you attempt to tell people your story, no one seems to believe you. Until one day, you're all visited by intelligence, somewhere around World War II. And each one of you is informed that you were to never speak of what happened that night, ever again. And that there was no Squadron 150. And you will be well taken care of. Some of you accept this. Some of you have trouble accepting the fact that Roland and Genevieve will never be recognized or noticed. Their names are not placed on any memorial walls. Neither are the names of your sisters who flew. And you live out the rest of your days knowing that what you saw that night was real. And there's nothing you can do about it.
Happy Halloween.
Happy Halloween, you guys.
Those McGillicuddy
Whoa,
sisters.
McGillicuddy sisters! Is there a table somewhere that I can just flip over?
Well,
We did it.
thank you so much. So thank you guys so much for joining us on this tale of terror and Halloween.
You blew our
You're
minds,
so
Eric.
scary, Eric.
You guys almost all got away. Thank you for playing Trail of Cthulhu with me. I had-
Drive home now? What the fuck?
I don't like you anymore.
real quick, just so y'all know, it's this Friday?
Friday at 9 o'clock.
Friday at 9 o'clock at Geek and Sundry here, we are going to be playing Tales from the Loop again. which is one of our new RPG games that we've got going on, DM'd by Kelly, who's been great. And to sort of lighten the atmosphere a little bit, I can tell you that Tales from the Loop is a little bit Stranger Things meets Goonies meets X-Files. I highly recommend you checking it out. In the meantime, thank you so much for joining us on Halloween. I hope that you are sufficiently horrified. I hope you are happy, and I hope you all make sure to. I think you're supposed to eat salt to counteract the effects of intakes of sugar. I heard that somewhere, but
That's not how that works.
that's not how that works. Don't eat a lot of salt. Just eat a lot of candy.
Yeah.
Thank you so much, guys. Have a great night. Happy Halloween.
It was Ernst, wasn't it?
Yes.
It was Ernst.